for everyone. So will you go to war to fight for the water?
Yeah, I'll
'Cause
go to war to fight through the water.
So you defend Russia going to war to fight for Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
And
His name is
so
Russia Defender.
capitalism is people going to war to fight for their own prosperity, except they're not killing each other to do it.
Sure, and I guess, and
You
I don't
support
want.
capitalism.
But Jupiter, again, I don't want a world in which people have to fight over the water. I want a world where everyone has water. That's why I'm a
Me
socialist.
too, dude. But it's
And we can live in that world. There's so much wealth and abundance in this world. We can live in that world, Jupiter. We can live in a world where everyone has enough to eat and clothes on their back and doesn't have to have parasites at the top collecting billions of dollars and doing space rocket tests and talking about how they want nuclear annihilation, like Zelensky. We can live in a world beyond these parasites and these like global elites who think they can rule over us. We don't need them.
But
all we need is God. That's our elite.
Those worlds you just talk about, where do you think they are? In America, poor people are fat. We have so much excess calories here because of the capitalism prosperity that capitalism brings. Our poor people are fat here.
This isn't but this is America-centric. What about people in Latin America? What about people in Africa? What about people in India? Those are people who need help too. It's not just about Americans. Socialism is about building prosperity across the world, not just in our own countries.
But doesn't that imply that our government needs to take action over the sovereignty of a different country? Like, we can't really do that.
That's inevitable. That's inevitable. That's the geopolitical and consequence of the existence. One power gets greater than the other powers and asserts its dominance through hard and soft power over these said powers. That's geopolitics 101. The world we live in.
We're going to have to turn this off, and I'm going to give you guys another 5 minutes, and then we got to go to silent mode for a bit while other people get their channels and stuff ready behind the scenes. But I think Square the Science wanted to ask Russian to defend or something before we...
Yeah, sure.
In order to be successful in capitalism, you have to basically be able to provide a useful service to other people. And I do get what you're saying, though. In the practice, we actually have like monopolies that are fueled by the government, and we're not actually seeing like there's a lot of control at the top. I agree with you; it's kind of shitty in some ways, but to be successful in capitalism, you have to basically provide other people with stuff that they want, and people get to choose with their money, and they vote with their money.
Yeah, but actually, you're not actually providing a service, right? Because what you're providing is the labor of hundreds of millions of people to provide said service. It's not like Jeff Bezos going around to every mailbox and making deliveries, right? The service that he's providing ultimately must be in the hands of the workers. And this is where Marx's term of the labor theory of value comes in, where all value is a derivative of labor, and therefore that labor is ultimately the source of the company. Even if you have a really great idea, it's still exploitation.
You would agree, like an Amazon warehouse worker who just like puts a label on a package has a different value than a neurosurgeon who's doing complex like stuff, or like a doctor, or
sure.
So there is. It's not just about like labor. It's about like
neuro people they all do labor. Doctors give their own labor too.
Right, but their labor it's a combination of like decades of schooling, work experience, training, and maybe some just skill. So like 1 hour of a doctor.
Labor.
Specialized labor. Okay. I'm gonna step down now, and we can set up for the silent.
Yeah, can we do?
Thank you very much for coming up.
Can we do 2v5?
Yo, TJump, you're my son, bro. You're my son. Just always remember that.
You guys have 2 minutes left.
Always remember you're my son, my little kawaii son.
I'm just curious. What happens in 2 minutes? The God thing?
We're going to start setting up.
We're going to disappear. All of us will be removed. We're going to go.
You'll be put back into the audience, and then we're going to, after about 5 minutes, we will start. We're scheduled to start in 8 minutes.
Yeah, what's going to happen is they're going to cut the internet. They're going to make us say, eat the bugs, eat the bugs, eat the bugs.
Yeah, it's going to be Klaus Schwab until a microphone.
Russia is going to shoot down all of the Starlink satellites, and we won't have
internet.
I'm pro-shooting down all the Starlink satellites.
Wait, so just to be clear, in a few minutes, we're going to be on topic. Does a goddess exist?
That's correct.
My name is Jeff.
Listen, I'm of the perspective, and maybe people disagree with me. I think Antarctica is stupid. I don't care about it. And I think space is stupid, and I don't care about it. And the people that care about it are just nerds. That's my perspective.
You think the Earth is 6,000 years old, dude?
All right, let's not get into that, bro. Let's wait for the debate.
Well, I mean, you said we have 5 minutes, and we're talking about does a god goddess exist, and you're talking about
Oh, we can talk
creationism.
about God exists. We can.
Well, not right now. We're saving that for when the show actually starts in
Yeah, that's
7
what I'm
minutes.
saying. Yeah.
Yep.
So I think Antarctica is just a waste of time. It's just cold, you know, and I just think space is just kind of empty. That's my perspective.
But
Antarctica
we're in
keeps us
space.
alive. Without Antarctica, we'd all be dead.
Yeah, just put a
Okay,
jacket
but
on.
it has
I'll
no
get covered.
correlation. Just mute T-Jump, man. He has nothing to contribute.
Oh, I owned
Anyways,
him
like I
in
was
one
saying,
sentence.
so
and
the
now you have to mute me?
Antarctica is
Okay.
honestly like
Pwned.
Okay, we're not doing
kid,
that.
Pwned.
Yeah, T-Jump, you're
Antarctica is
son, bro. You're
necessary
son.
Thank you.
for the ocean currents that regulate our environment. It is necessary for the world to exist as it does today.
And
If it were
temperature
to all melt,
management
then
and carbon dioxide management and current
yeah.
management, air current management. Yeah, it's pretty much important for lots of things like hurricane prevention. It does a lot of the work that keeps us alive. Antarctica is
Oh,
kind
we'd
of
end up
important.
with like half as much landmass. I mean, if all of Antarctica were to melt or whatever, probably half as much landmass, the same amount of people, not enough farmland, maybe more fish, I guess, because
More
there's
fish.
more ocean. So I guess we could eat more fish, but we sort of need Antarctica for the world to exist as it does today. And if you want to look at that, then guess what, dude? I pulled up a map of undersea ocean currents that regulate the temperature of the Earth. You know how they found that? With a fucking satellite in space.
Well, he
Not with a
needs
cable.
to Google
Not
a
with
lot
a
more
cable
basic
running
stuff.
underwater.
Like he's not to the point where those words are too big for him. He needs to start with small words like
Oh no, he just said that
math.
he thinks the Earth is 6,000 years old. So I mean, I don't know. But if you talk to anyone who's like a geologist, it's pretty clear that it's not 6,000 years old.
I don't think he can. Geologist is too
And
big of a word for him. He doesn't know what that
and
means.
to do that, like for example, if I wanted to look at space, there's a telescope in my kitchen. I don't know why I keep it in the kitchen, just because it's closest to the backyard. Uh, I can go look at a star with the telescope. If I want to see like some rocks or some weird shit, I can use a microscope. I have a stereo microscope in my garage. If I want to like carbon date something, I don't know how to do it, but I'm sure I could look it up and figure it out.
Well, you can see stars and rocks without a telescope or a microscope.
Yeah, but you can't carbon date stuff with. I mean, you can. Yeah, you can see. I agree. You can see. That's true. But I'm saying, you can prove all of this stuff. Most of it. I mean, you like can't really prove, in my opinion, evolution completely.
We're starting in 4 minutes.
That's fine, dude. Richard Randolph. Whenever we start, just start. Until then, you don't have to keep reminding us, bro. It says 10 a.m. CST, right?
This is a convenience for the audience, so I'll run this how I choose. But I'll give you 1 more minute to finish what you're saying, and then we're going to have to go into preparation mode here.
I'll finish now. Good. Start the prep whenever you're ready. I'm done. You can.
All right, I moved up.
Okay, I thought he maybe took himself out. So, okay, everybody. So, thank you for tuning in. We're going to be starting in 3 minutes.
Go ahead and raise your hands if y'all would like to chat. I see Geo and Q already. Anybody else who wants to come up, feel free to raise your hand. We're just going to go in the order that those pop up. We are planning about 15 minutes for any individual guest. Big things. Please don't insult people up here. That's not okay. I know you guys are passionate, but let's try to have a little bit more civil conversation. What's up, Square?
And a special thank you to everybody who came on early to discuss anything but the topic. We do like to have a little bit of conversation happen beforehand. Some conversation about political systems like communism came up. It was fascinating. Thank you, everybody.
I do see Geo and John and Q. Did we start this already? I'm going to change.
No. I'll start it in just under 2 minutes.
It says live now. I'm changing the title.
Morning, gentlemen.
All right, I'm going to let you get the setup. I'm going to go to the channels and let them know what's going on. I'll be back.
Good morning. All right, we'll be starting in 1 minute.
Awesome. Morning, TJump. Morning, Amy.
What is up?
Not much, not much. Early on a Sunday.
Hey, how did you do in your Halloween contest? We got less than 30 seconds.
Oh, still going on that. Right now, it's kind of like a lull. Voting resumes on Monday. So Monday at 10 a.m. Pacific, noon Central. So.
Okay, well, be sure to add mention to it. Maybe talk about it briefly before we start the show after I do the introductions.
Oh, we can just I can plug it towards the end. It's fine.
I believe it's 10 a.m. now.
Yes, it is. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We appreciate you taking an interest in this topic. Does a goddess or god exist? And we're a group of people on this panel who are not quite sure whether one does. And we welcome attempts to convince us. Sorry. This is a fortnightly conversation, and today is October the 16th, 2022. The people who are in our panel include Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. Her YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Amy Newman. TJump, also known as TJump, is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. TJump's YouTube channel is at youtube.com/TJump. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show who joins us from time to time. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. His YouTube channel is included in the YouTube video description. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and region. The Bridge the Divide YouTube channel can be found at youtube.com/JL Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, as that's spelled. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada, and I'm the founding president of the Canadian Atheists. I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking. The organization can be found at canadianatheists.ca, and my YouTube channel is youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, and that's Randolph spelled with an F for freedom, not a PH, in case autocorrect tries to change that. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological academic biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is self-described as a middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Aaron Roz, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/GonnaGoForIt. Taco, our organizer, is the #1 Discord debater who has never lost a debate on Discord in his life. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and I think J.L. Warren's coming very soon to the conclusion of a certain contest. Feel free to tell us a little bit about it. Maybe some of our audience would like to go and vote for him and help him to win. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the shout out on that. Currently, I'm involved in an online contest for the Face of Horror, and it's a big voting contest. You get all your friends to vote for you. Some big prizes at the end. A big shout out for the horror film podcast that I do. So I appreciate that. It's faceofhorror.org. And of course, there's I could put my link in the Heathen chat, but you can go there and vote for me. And of course, I'm on a hiatus. I made it to the quarterfinals. You can vote for me starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow or noon Central time because I'm Central time myself. And so people can start voting for me then if you go to that website and check that out. But yeah. So,
can you link it in chat? I'll pin it.
I can. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they want to say before we start our show?
Thank you, Politics Server, for letting us run this as usual. We all rock here.
Yeah, well, it's good to be here, and I'm looking forward. I think this is the day we're going to be convinced that a God exists.
You know, I didn't you say that last time?
Listen.
I'm listening. I'm hearing nothing. Is that you imitating a deity?
That's true. I just presented the best evidence we ever got for one.
That's the exact imitation. So they did an imitation contest yesterday, and that's how I imitated God. I just left stage.
That's brutal.
Okay, well, shall we bring our first guest up, Taco?
Yeah, we had Gio in queue. He's been waiting for a little while. What's going on, Gio?
So, all right. My argument today is going to be morality wouldn't exist without a God.
Morality wouldn't exist without a God.
Was that your whole argument, or did you want to make more of it?
No. So morality wouldn't exist because of if there was no God, because there would be no reason to have morality or have reason if there was no God. Because, for example, if everything was based on an atheistic worldview of no higher power or no presupposition, that would mean. Sorry, I'm kind of sick right now. But that would mean that we would have to rely on is. So it means, well, by David Hughes, I think it is, idea is that you cannot drive it is or not from an is, so we cannot have morality from atheism.
Okay, so let me ask you something. So morality, like say moral compunctions or moral valuations. The moral valuation of particular actions or however, it's based upon essentially how you feel regarding the certain situations in that respect. So morality in and of itself, determining what is right or what is wrong,
has to be justified.
So it has to be justified. So I can justify that to myself, and I can justify, and it can be justified by the society that I live in. Now I can agree or disagree with what the society agrees upon, what is moral, like the moral frameworks of the society, but it's subjectively decided. So it's either
it's morality. Morality is objective.
No, so morality can exist. Okay, so morality can exist, and with or without a God, it doesn't need a God to do it. It just needs someone.
Morality is objective, but you're skipping a few steps ahead and saying it's subjective.
Well, no, I haven't gotten there yet. Okay, so morality can exist because morality is just a framework of agreement or a framework of deciding how you feel regarding certain actions. Okay, so what is moral and what is not moral? That's the question to ask. Is this a moral action? And what is the consequences of those actions? What is the mitigating circumstances to determine whether or not something is moral or not moral? So
yes, you can have subjective morality in the sense that you can believe these things, but they're still not true. They're still wrong objectively.
Okay, so
you could have a set of beliefs that are wrong. Yeah.
So that's the problem. So even if there was a God, then that God would be what was dictating what was moral and what was not.
Yeah. I'm Christian, so I believe in that he came down in the New Testament and Old Testament.
Gio, stop interrupting me, please. Which means that even if the God exists, what it determines to be moral and immoral is subjective to that God's determinations. If it was objective, then it would not be influenced. What was moral and what was not moral would not be influenced by God itself. God would be appealing to what that objective standard was, because it would be true whether or not the God exists. But because God makes determinations as to what is moral and immoral, that means it is subjected to God if God exists. I, for one, don't believe that God exists. It's subjected to humanity. So morality is subjected to the individual, it's subjected to the group, to the civilization, to the nation, to the world. And the difficulty is just finding a commonality between all of those layers.
You're gishgalving. You're gishgalving.
I'm not gishgalving. I'm explaining the position. I'm explaining that that's how we have morality and moral systems.
Oh my god.
With no
okay,
God.
no, God. If God exists and He makes the determination of what's it called, of morality,
that means morality
then
is subjected to the that means morality is subjected to God.
You shut up, Soylent retard. Okay, so
excuse me.
You're Soylent
retard.
That's what you are. You're Soylent.
All right.
Okay, cool. I'll take the W on that.
So we've got Russia defender. Oh, does anybody want to say anything to that?
Yeah, I just want to say that atheists are pretty split between whether morality is subjective or objective. I think I'm split myself over that. And so I also don't understand why a god would make anything more moral unless this is something, I guess, intrinsic, which they would have to prove. And I can explain this very simply. I want to know why killing someone we need to discuss, hey, God, should we do this or not? It doesn't make it any more moral or not.
2 points I'd like to make. My finding, Amy, is not the same as yours, but we're in different circles as well as some overlap. I find most of the atheists I converse with are not finding that there is objective morality, although there are some that are. So what you observe is a split. If you were saying if you were meaning to imply it's around 50-50, I'm finding it's probably more about it's mostly a minority who think there's objective morals. Nobody's been able to provide an example of objective morality to me. As far as I can find, it's where I'm willing to say there could be some objective moral determination is only when people have agreement on what the moral standard should be, and then they can make some kind of, I guess, non-subjective determination based on that, but that's still ultimately subjective. As far as our guest just brought up at the very beginning a point about he said what he thinks the atheist worldview is that there is no God. And I'd just like to clarify that. There's no presumption that there is no God. Atheism is not about making such an assumption or presumption. So it's perhaps if there is going to be a worldview of an atheist, it's typically not going to include consideration for God. That doesn't mean it's saying it isn't there or it is there, although some atheists will take that position. But fundamentally, it doesn't. So just to clarify, it's kind of just absent of that consideration rather than outright saying it isn't there. That's the fundamental.
Well, I mean, I did want to say that no one really answered his question. His argument was there can't be objective morality without a God. And no one really objected to his statement there. I mean, JL said even with a God, morality is subjective, which I mean is fine, but it's not really addressing his argument. So,
well, and I would say that his morality is not objective. So I would disagree with his premise. You can't have objective morality without a God. I don't even understand how you can have objective morality with a God. So he would need to provide evidence, and I don't accept his premise.
Well, that would technically be agreeing with him. It wouldn't be disagreeing with him because
I believe you can have objective morality without a God. How is that agreeing with him?
Yeah, that's fine. So just saying that if you don't believe morality can be objective with a God, that wouldn't be disagreeing with his statement. But if you think it can, then you would be so.
So you don't think a God if a God could exist, could institute physical forces of morality or that guide morality?
What?
Because that's what objective morality would be, right?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, so if objective morality is stance independent normative truths, and so if God made them by his stances, his opinions, then it wouldn't be stance independent, so it would be subjective. So that's like what J.L. Lauren is saying. But the point there was that his argument is there can't be objective morality without a God. So to refute his argument, you'd have to say, yes, there can. Here's an example. That would be a refutation of his argument.
So you just say like there could be physical forces that guide morality, right? And that's what we call morality.
Platonic objects, a priori abstracts, law
there
of
you
physics, just those would refute his argument. Yeah.
All right. So we've got Russia. Sorry.
Just one last thing. I don't think that there is an is-ought problem. I actually think we're getting better at morality the longer that we learn things.
Here.
Perfect. So we've got Russia Defender up next. He's a very feisty individual, so let's wish him luck.
Z! Yeah, what's up, Pano? I'm saying Russia Defender in the building, man. God Defender here once again.
Hey, what was that initial sound? Was that like a simulation of a missile?
Yeah, man. Hello, TJump, my little kawaii son. So, here's my argument. My argument is, I'm bringing the cosmological argument.
Did you call TJump kawaii?
Yeah, he's my kawaii son, my little kawaii son.
It's
so,
kawaii.
here's my argument. So, whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause. And this, furthermore, the stage 2 is everything is designed. Therefore, design must have a designer. Therefore, God exists.
Wait, what?
I reject the first premise.
Wait, I want to hear that second part again. You said everything is designed. That's one of your?
Yeah,
premises?
everything is designed. Yeah, go ahead.
Therefore, what?
Therefore, there must be a designer.
Okay, and how would you identify if something wasn't?
I'm going to repeat it 3 times. Go ahead.
How would you identify if something was not designed?
Depending on the complexity of it.
Okay, so let's say it wasn't complex. Was it? Does that mean it's not designed?
Yep.
Okay, so then your premise that everything is designed would be false, wouldn't it?
How?
So if it's not complex, then it's not designed, and you said yep, then there's something that's not designed. Therefore, your premise that everything is designed would be false.
If you can show me one thing that's not complex, my argument is conceded.
Okay.
Show me something not complex in the world.
How about a proton?
That's complex.
How is it complex?
Because energy itself and the laws of energy are complex.
What's your criteria for complex?
That's a good question.
Well, complexity can easily be seen through the structure, the internal structures, and how things move, and we can recognize those structures.
That's an example, not a definition. He asked for a definition.
That is definition, dude. Stop sewing out.
No, that's
Look
an
at the structures of, for instance, if you look at the structure of a plant, right? You can see a plant has all these cells, all these atoms. Everything has to come together, and the laws of energy has to come together at once to have this plant exist. That proves these systems within systems within systems must come from a designer, because if a book comes from a designer, a plant must come from a designer.
So if I say,
if I said books are not analogous.
So if I said a petal, I can see a petal when I look at a rose. That doesn't tell us what a petal is. You still need to give a definition. A petal is.
No, you don't, dude. If you just look at a petal, you can say, "Oh, that's complex." You don't need to soy out you don't need a dictionary for that, dude.
Bro, try to follow the logic.
Bro. Calm down, TJump. Calm down.
I know you're really dumb, but try to follow this here. So if you say
no, try to follow this. So, do you think the universe was created? Go ahead.
Wait. So if you say a petal is something I see when I look at a flower, that tells us nothing about what a petal is. So if you say complexity is something that I see when I look at something, it doesn't tell us what complexity is. So what is complexity? Give us a definition of complexity.
So if you can show that there's complicated systems and different structures.
You can't use the word complicated in the definition of complicated. What is the definition of complicated?
Yes, you can. Problem. Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
And here's the other thing.
You can't use the word to define in the definition.
Oh, I can.
Of the word.
No, I can do that.
You can't.
Yeah, I can.
No,
you
it's
can't.
not the way this.
Yes, I can.
Bro.
So here's the thing. Do you believe there was a beginning to the universe?
To our universe, not all natural things.
Are you running, my son? Do
No,
you believe the universe was created? Go yes or no.
So I literally answered it, but I don't think your tiny brain could comprehend it. I said our universe. That means yes.
If I could throw out there.
Let's not calm small brain. Come on.
There is an origin point to the observability of our universe, and that origin point is what we call the Big Bang. The Big Bang. So essentially,
do you have evidence for the Big Bang?
Russia, hang on a sec. Essentially, the evidence, the initial point where we can begin the measurability of our universe, the measurability or observability. So that's that point. Now we can't really measure beyond that because the way light works, but we can mathematically extrapolate beyond that point. So there's an origin point for the visibility.
Okay, where's your evidence? No, Geo, source. Where's your evidence?
Any
for the Big Bang, go ahead.
Any science textbook from any.
So you're appealing to nerds and lab coats who wrote a book, and you're saying, "Oh, that's my evidence." How is that evidence?
Do I just have it to bring out the ad homs?
How is that ad hom?
I think that would be a genetic fallacy.
I didn't attack you. I attacked the scientist, dude.
That would be a genetic fallacy, I think. But
it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. Dude, can we stop nerding out on our fallacies?
I just want to point out, we know that the Big Bang happened because of Hubble's law. We can see everything going dark energy is pushing everything outwards except for Andromeda. And then we also have the microwave background radiation, which is a early imprint
That
of
proves
the early
nothing.
universe. That's why physicists understand the Big Bang happen. But I also want to go just back for 1 second. Complexity is not the hallmark of design. I don't know
Yes, it
why
is.
you think. So, would you
Show me
like,
something complex that wasn't
would
designed. Go ahead.
you like a simple way to get in your car or a complex way?
Simple.
There you go. I mean, we're done, right? We can move forward. Simplicity is one of the hallmarks of design, not complexity.
Okay,
and
is
you
a
can
car
move forward.
complex? Your own analogy
Sometimes.
collapses. Is a car complex?
Sometimes.
What do you mean
but
sometimes? A door, you have a hinges, you have an engine, you have all lubricant in there, you have all this stuff.
Yeah,
What are you talking
but
about? Exhaust?
Because
That's not complex?
complexity
has
is
more
the
parts?
hallmark of time, and so the more time that something goes on, the more complex it is, and then the engineers have to remake it simple.
Oh, so you need a bunch of minds, intelligent human minds, to come together, engineers, and build this car, correct?
Yes,
totally
because
So why is that
cars-
different from an animal?
Because cars don't form in nature. I don't know if I have to have a birds and bees talk with you, but humans, animals,
Oh,
plants.
ask your mom
these
about that.
forms.
Ask your mom about birds and bees. But here's the thing.
Okay. What?
Here's the
Wait, my
reality.
mom had
No.
sex.
Stop
so
slowing
did
up.
your
No.
mom.
Emmy,
Well, I
sit
don't
down.
understand
Sit
what
down,
that
my.
means. I
Listen,
will,
my
but
daughter.
you
My daughter,
admit-
be quiet. Shh.
Okay, but
Listen,
my
my daughter.
child,
Shh.
you will admit your
Listen, my
mom
daughter.
and dad had sex, right? And that's why you're here.
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
wasn't okay. Okay, we can go forward then.
And they created me, and I'm a Lebanese
Yes.
superhero. No one's defeated me. I'm undefeated Russia defender. Go ahead, Amy.
That's fine. Hey, maybe you should hit that mobilization. Help them out there.
Okay, so Amy, here's the thing. The reality is that if you look at an animal, it's much more complex than a car. I know TJ wants to cry right now, but the reality is that an animal is completely more complex than a car. Completely more complex.
Russian defender. You do. What we're trying to convey to you is complexity is not a hallmark of design. Simplicity.
Yes, it is.
Hang on. Simplicity and efficiency are. So simplicity meaning the fewer moving parts in order to reduce failure rates. Because the more parts you have in a thing, ostensibly, the more risk of failure you have, because the more moving parts, each one of those has a chance to fail. And the more you have of them, the greater your failure rates are. So intelligent
nature
minds,
is completely efficient.
Hang on, Russia. So intelligent minds create things that are simple in order to make sure that they work all the time, and efficiency, meaning the amount of work goes into them, leads to more work being done and not a loss of work. So something very, very simple would be like a lever.
Okay, dude, you're not Demon Mama. You don't have to monologue over me. So I understand your point. I understand your point, GL. You're saying that if there's a bunch of complicated moving parts, it has a chance to fail. Sure. But it still shows evidence that all of these parts must come together at once to create what we know as a car or an animal. And that proves complexity, which proves a designer. It's so easy, bro. It's so easy.
Okay, he's just trolling us at this point. Can we just bounce him, please?
Yeah.
Oh, you're submitting your concern?
No, I'm not submitting because
times.
You keep interrupting is the problem. The issue is this, because you use terminology that is unjustified. The term when you just say created, that's problematic, because when you say created, that implies a creator. When we say, that's why scientists say it is a result of. So we say that the universe that we currently observe is a result of the events that came before that preceded leading up to the Big Bang. We say it's a result of this. It doesn't create it, it's a result of it. Because creator or created implies a creator, and that's how you sneak that in. That's problematic, because you need to demonstrate the existence of the creator to justify you calling everything creation.
Yeah, and the point is that we separate what is natural from what is artificial, and so we don't see cars being designed in nature. That would be the point.
Now, the argument he put forward, the first premise seemed to be skipped over. Which was that everything that begins has a cause. And maybe at some point somebody would like to delve into how they can prove that's always the case.
I think it's false.
Well, I don't accept that premise, so that right off the bat. But that's okay. We've focused on the second premise, and I'm fine with that.
I do want to bring up that someone in my live chat, Frayed Edges, made the point. Is like, because in his mind, if it's complex, then it made everything, because complex things have to be designed. So therefore, if there's a mind out there and it's God, is God simple or is God complex? And it's, whatever he thinks it is. If God is complex, then by his own argument, God had to have a designer. So is God simple?
Or you could just go, what's more complicated, a human or a car? What has more parts?
Let's move on.
What has more
systems? And the biggest problem with the Kalam cosmological argument is it doesn't connect the dots to God. It misses that completely.
Right.
Hello, Analytic Breakfast. How are you?
Hello? You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and present your argument.
I just wanted to basically give you my quick line of reasoning why God exists. So there is a necessary ontological distinction between the mind and the brain, okay? And the mental states or the mind are non-propositional state of affairs, which is a sufficient but not a necessary condition for causality. So it is dependent on a second order chain of cause and effect, but it's a counterfactual chain of cause and effect. So in between each cause and effect, there's an actually infinite number of counterfactual conditionals. And so that is going to invoke a strong PSR, which is a modally necessary principle. And so I'm just going to be appealing to theoretical virtues and making an abductive case saying there is one modally necessary entity, which is going to ground the second order chain of counterfactual dependence. And I'm making an abductive case based on it being more theoretically virtuous than any other worldview.
And so
there's 10 different contradictions in what you just said. One, it can't be abductive and necessary. Necessary would be deduction, not abduction. But just try to filter out all the philosobabble and the words you don't understand.
Wait, what did you just say, little boy? What did you just say? I never said anything was necessary. I said it's
literally the first thing out of your mouth.
What I say.
Kid, it was literally the first thing out of your mouth.
You need to listen to what I say.
There's a necessary distinction between
I said it's a
mind
modally
and
necessary entity, and I'm making an abductive case based on it being more theoretically virtuous.
Kid, necessary means deductive. Necessary means must be the case in all possible worlds. You can't make an abductive case for a necessary being. Learn basic philosophy. But let's
what are you talking about? So do you know what is abductive reasoning? What is abductive reasoning? What is abductive reasoning?
Get
what is
rid of your philosobabble. You don't understand.
What is abductive reasoning?
You just present identity theory, TJump.
Kid,
what is abductive reasoning?
Skip your gibberish.
What is abductive
Give
reasoning?
us a syllogism.
No, you just made a
Give
claim.
Give us a syllogism. We're going to kick you off the stage, kid.
A necessary proposition.
Kid.
Analytic Breakfast. You're going to have to
one at a time, guys. Come on. One at a time.
You have to let people
Tom,
respond to you. Analytic Breakfast.
This is why you. Hey, Tom, this is
Analytic Breakfast.
Analytic. We're going to stop that. Let him respond.
Remove him. This
is why you lost to Jay Dyer. Is what you just said a necessary proposition?
Analytic Breakfast. Okay. So there was one question from our live text chat on YouTube from Nicholas Lamar Suter. He's challenging our guest, who just has been removed, to demonstrate that a mind exists. Demonstrate that there is a mind.
That was my first question before TJump took over. I was like, okay, what is the evidence that a mind exists independent of a brain?
So I'm an identity theorist, and the mind is the brain.
Agreed.
And so when he said all that, after I was like, what? After like his first line, I'm like, what? Because I'm an identity theorist, right? The mind is the brain, right? And so I wanted to ask, how do you get me out of identity theory? Because if you can get me out of identity theory, then maybe, right? But none of that follows if identity theory is possible or true.
See, I think that there is a separation between a mind and the brain, but I think that the mind is hierarched under the brain. I think you have to have a physical medium. And so when he's talking about how it's this type of making intentionality real and you need a mind for all this type of stuff, honestly, as far as we can tell, minds, brains, animals that have consciousnesses are a relatively new thing. The universe has been here for 13.5 billion years. We've been here for the planet itself for 4.5 billion years, and then multicellular life for only 2 billion years. And so I'd really want to know why it went a mind and then kind of silence, just blank radio, nothing for billions of years, and then conscious organisms again. It would make no sense.
Well, TJump, you were trying to elaborate on something there, and he kept interrupting. What was it you were trying to say?
Well, what we should do when people use philosobabble and just use a bunch of words which he understood none of which, we should make him break down his argument and say, give us a syllogism, make it clear, not try to interpret what he's saying in the ways that we understand it. because he's just going to use more philosobabble and say you didn't understand it. So always when there's those philosobabble guys, you got to just stop them and say, okay, give us a syllogism, make it simple and not use all the philosobabble.
I think that's a good approach, and I liked what J.L. Warren was doing, which is the same question Nicholas Lamar Suter had from our YouTube audience. So that seems like a reasonable way to respond, because that'll have them bring something more, their ideas articulated more clearly this way, is what you're after. So thank you.
No, I think those questions would have been a mistake. I think you would have gone in rabbit trails and more philosobabble. I think if people use philosobabble, you have to say, stop using the philosobabble, give us a syllogism, and don't ask any questions, because they're going to just bring up more philosobabble.
Good. Okay, syllogisms. Okay, yeah, I think this is good advice.
We've got Zelini SOK up next. They have an argument for God. Didn't specify.
Welcome, Zelini.
What you got for us?
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So I have like an argument, but it's not directly for God. I think it's kind of more convoluted, so if I could like go through it, if that's okay.
Okay, do you need 2 minutes? Would that be enough?
I guess. I don't.
Yeah, we just want to try to make sure it doesn't turn into something really long. So yeah, we'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, hop in between, like. So, anyways, like, it would be something similar to Plantinga's argument, but I take a different route. So, like, I would probably gonna get to views that you find problematic before I even mention God. So I don't know if you want to jump in there or like let me.
Okay. Plantinga has lots of different arguments. So just tell us the argument.
No, I meant like his argument against naturalism is most similar to that, as far as I know, or C.S. Lewis's argument from reason.
Anyways, lay out for us from the
yeah, sure. Sorry.
You've got 90 seconds left, so go ahead, put your argument forward.
Okay, so my argument goes like this. If we take Cartesian methodical doubt and we remove all the things that we can doubt, we come to the cogito, which we need to accept. Like Hume, we know from Hume that even that could be an illusion, but like it seems to us it's plausible, like that's true, that we exist, that our mind exists. So we build from that. And we go through those basic points in the Enlightenment, like how do we know that the external world exists? Seems like reasonable to us to accept that it does. How do we know that causality in the external world exists? It seems plausible that it does, even though Hume points out that we never see actually causality, we just see constant conjunction, like things happening, but we don't see the actual causality, you know the boring debates of whether cause is prior or at the same time as the effect. So you have several views where you reach the view that the world is material, that it has laws of causation, and that those laws are general or maybe universal. And from like my argument here would be that it's irrational to deny the existence of our first-person experience, which includes the experience of free will, by appealing to materialism, because materialism is much less based on this line of reasoning from the cogito. It's much farther from the views that has much more views that seem reasonable to us than the view that free will exists. So that would be the first step in this argument, to claim that the free will exists and that deterministic materialism is wrong.
Okay, well, thank you very much for laying that out so succinctly. I noticed at the beginning of what you were saying, you're talking about plausibility quite a lot. You put a lot of emphasis on that. Do you think that plausibility is sufficient to validate something? Because I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, I think we cannot go stronger than that. I think like Descartes tried, and everyone like pointed out that he failed. Like he wanted to, even the cogito is not certain. It's just something that like seems to us that it's true, like, and we accept, but because it seems reasonable.
So to convince me, I'm going to need more than just plausibility. So I'll leave to the other panelists to delve into the other aspects of what you've said. Thank you very much.
There's if I can like add a sentence, there's also the modern formulation. What's the guy's name? Heiser? No, not Heiser. The phenomenological conservatism, So he phrases it as like prima facie beliefs, like something seems to us to be
Properly
true. We're
basic.
justified. We're justified in accepting them in the absence of like
Defeaters.
strong enough defeaters. Yeah.
So there's a number of things you said that are wrong. One is that Hume did not say the cogito could be an illusion. He just says the experience you're having could be an illusion, but your existence can't be. So that can't be wrong. But more importantly, your argument that free will is more direct, a more direct conclusion based off of our direct experience doesn't mean it's more rational to believe. The fact that something is more directly follows from the cogito or from your experience doesn't mean it's more likely to be true. If we have from our experience, there is some methodology we can use that is a more reliable methodology than our direct experience, then we have a reason to doubt our direct experience if that methodology has conflicting results. So like illusions, delusions, misconceptions, we have these direct experiences and they are far more direct relative to the cogito than science is, but science proves those things wrong. So the fact that something is more direct from the cogito doesn't make it more true. So that argument would not mean that free will would be supported simply because it's something we experience directly, any more than a hallucination is more true because we experience that directly. So your argument that we have free will because we experience it is no more valid than delusions actually exist because we experience them.
Okay, so how does this go? Can I respond, or someone else also wants to say?
Yeah, you can respond.
Okay, so yeah, the first thing, like I meant the bundle idea of the self. So like that's as far as I understand it, like that's a philosophical idea, which is, for example, parallel to Daniel Dennett's idea that like there is no self which like perceives as how does he call it in the Cartesian theater. There is no person who perceives stuff. There's just a bundle of perceptions, and one of those perceptions in the bundle is the perception that I am a self who is perceiving those things. But there is not really a self like that perceives it. So, as far as I understand, Hume said something similar in the philosophical area.
Well, none of that refutes the cogito, but that wasn't my main argument. So, what about the fact that free will is a closer direct correlation to the cogito doesn't actually make it true, just because there are lots of false sensations we have that are close to the cogito. That doesn't make them true.
Sure, but I would like. So my point was that it seems that the acceptance of free will is on stronger foundations because you need much more steps, equally doubtful ones, to even reach materialism and the view that there's only matter and it functions in a causal way and that causality is universal. So like, for example, there can be a view that everything is material, but matter doesn't function necessarily in a causal way, but has some places or whatever we could formulate it where it functions in a free will way. So I think that would fall. That would fall into, for example, panpsychism. Like, but no, I'm saying like that most people reject the existence of free will due to materialism and determinism inside it. Like matter functions deterministically, so we are material.
No, so it has nothing to do with materialism. It has nothing to do with determinism. It has to do with all of the evidence indicates that regardless of your meta ontology, there's no evidence that there's free will. There's no evidence that we can do otherwise. That doesn't exist. And so
empirical evidence,
any kind, there's zero kind of evidence that can happen. Where there's lots of evidence that it can't happen, that your decisions are determined by your brain structure. But that doesn't matter.
Is there evidence that the external world exists?
Yes.
What is the evidence for that?
Novel testable predictions. So again, what you do is you say, you exist, cogito, then there's some difference between your imagination and the sensations you're experiencing. So like you can imagine a unicorn, but you don't see it. So there's two different kinds of experiences there. You need some way to differentiate between the two. You come up with a methodology, that's science. And then this methodology, if it can accurately predict the sensations you're going to have in the future, it's more reliable than your imagination, because your imagination can't do that. So
but you didn't bypass the Sorry.
Well, I did. I bypassed all of that. So in this one, I have a method that can differentiate my imagination from my experience. And so for any of the things I have, like I have free will, I have to figure out, is this one of the imaginary things or this is one of the things that exists as an experiential thing? And science says it's one of the imaginary things. Therefore, I'm justified in believing it's imaginary and not a real thing in the world.
Okay, so in what way did you bypass it if it seems to me that it's equally plausible that I can differentiate between my voluntarily ideations and my involuntary ideations that constitute what I consider the external world? So I get out of the room, I return back, the chair is there again, but I can just assume those are involuntary ideas produced by the structures of my mind that are fixed, and they have the same effects and produce the same perceivable qualities as does the existence of the external world.
One model predicts things we don't know yet, novel things we don't know yet, like will the chair not be there? And one does not predict novel things we don't know yet. And the one that does is reasonable to believe. And so in this case,
this is
what? Go ahead.
Either one of them are not empirically making predictions. They're making an ontological claim. So
no, that's what I'm saying. That's wrong. That part doesn't matter. That part's just irrelevant. The one that matters is if it's making predictions and it gets them right, that's reasonable to believe, even if it entails an ontology. So if I say there is magical unicorns that run the universe, and if magical unicorns run the universe, the next time I go into the room, there'll be a gold brick there, and I go in and there's a gold brick. That justifies belief in magical unicorns. So if you predict the future, it doesn't matter what your ontology is. That's reasonable to believe. So you're making a false comparison here between denying the external world and denying free will. Free will is false because we have tons and tons of a reliable methodology that gives us accurate predictions about the future. No one gives a crap about what your overall ontology is. Doesn't matter if it's materialism, doesn't matter if it's spiritualism, completely irrelevant. Here's a methodology that can accurately predict the future. And it does not in any way indicate free will. Therefore, it's rational to reject free will.
The point is that the methodology of science works perfectly fine, regardless of whether the external world is actually external or whether it's a projection of my internal mental structures.
Yes, I'm agreeing with that. So
the existence of scientific results doesn't give you an answer whether the external world is actually external or is it just within my mind.
It doesn't matter. So science works. It doesn't matter if it works because there's an external world or because there's a matrix. It doesn't matter. It works.
Okay,
nothing
so
else does work
on that.
So if the science works and nothing else works, it's rational to trust science and it's not rational to trust anything else. So if science does not indicate free will, then it's not rational to accept free will. So if we have one method that works, zero other methods that work, and this method rejects free will.
Didn't you just agree that the science works under both models, solipsism or the existence of the external world?
Yes. If it works, it doesn't matter.
So how does it deny solipsism?
If it doesn't indicate a truth of a claim and it works, it's rational to believe what it indicates. And if it doesn't indicate something, it's not rational to believe it. Doesn't matter why it works.
But I don't get this, how you're conceding the point without conceding the conclusion. Like if science works in both cases, in the solipsist ontology and in the realist ontology, like it doesn't give us reason to reject solipsism and accept realism, right?
Right, but in neither case it indicates free will. In both cases, in the solipsistic world and in the materialistic world, free will is still false because in neither of those cases does science indicate free will. So I don't care what the fundamental ontology is there. Science works in both, and it's rational to trust science, and it's irrational to go beyond science, and free will is beyond science. Therefore, it's irrational to reject free will.
How can it indicate from a unbased ontology that another ontology is false? Because I'm not basing my free will on empirical claims.
I've told you this like 6 times. It has literally nothing to do with ontology. This has to do with does free will exist? And if the science does not indicate free will exists, it doesn't matter which ontology you use. It doesn't indicate free will if you're an idealist. It doesn't indicate free will if you're a panpsychist. It doesn't indicate free will if you're a materialist. Science under no conditions indicates free will. Therefore, it doesn't matter which ontology you choose. It's still going to be irrational to accept free will.
it does matter because we started from a higher ontology and came to this point.
No, I didn't
So
start with any
the
ontology.
science
I started
can
with zero ontology.
science can disprove can disprove that any matter functions in a free will way, maybe. Like
No, I never
because
said
that's
that.
its empirical sphere.
No,
like
I never said
if
that.
we started from the cogito and like first accepted that, like science cannot tell us that's true. You have scientists such as Daniel Dennett who deny that such a thing is true.
Okay, but I never
like,
said any of that. That's not my argument. My argument has nothing to, I don't care. I started with no ontology. Cogito, I exist. I haven't said nothing about ontology. There's some difference between my imagination and my experience. I've still said nothing about ontology. I need a method to differentiate the things I'm imagining and the things I'm experiencing. Still said nothing about ontology. I create a method to do this that works and accurately predicts the future. Still said nothing about ontology. This method that works does not indicate free will. Still said nothing about ontology. This method is the only one that we know that does work. Therefore, it's only rational to believe the conclusions that this method indicates. Still said nothing about ontology. I've said ontology 0 times here. Nothing in my argument has anything to do. It's ontology independent. I don't care what the ontology is.
Denying free will does have implications for ontology.
It does not. No, it does not. Free will may or may not exist on any ontology. You can have a spiritual worldview and no free will. You can have an idealist worldview and no free will. Panpsychist worldview, no free will. Free will is not an ontology. Free will is a particular kind of thing that could exist in any ontology. There is no evidence to exist that on any methodology we use does not indicate free will, regardless of which ontology is true. Doesn't make a difference. We have no methodological reason that justifies belief in free will. We have lots to reject it, just like we do for any hallucination, delusion,
Empirical,
misconception.
methodological
No,
reason.
any kind.
But there
any kind. There is zero evidence.
Okay. Didn't we just start from the cogito?
Yes, we
in
start
this
from the cogito
discussion. So that's a philosophical method of like searching for what's reasonable to believe. Sure. And we can get to free will before we even accept that the external world exists.
Okay, but I didn't say anything about the external world.
Under the ontology that like the external world doesn't exist, there is no problem with
zero ontology. No ontology in this argument. We need a way to differentiate our experience from our imagination. We have a thought that we have free will, and we need some methodology to say, is this one of the experiential things or one of the imaginary things? I don't care about ontology. If you don't have a rationally successful methodology that can differentiate between imagination and experience, that can then isolate whatever this thing is, free will or whatever thing you're talking about, is it one of the imaginary things or was it one of the experiential things, then it is irrational to believe it exists. So we have a method, and the method says it's one of the imaginary things. It's rational to believe it's imaginary. Ontology doesn't make a difference here.
I get your argument because you're kind of repeating yourself, but the point is that you start from something that is higher than the method of empirical science. And you want to say that because of that method, it doesn't yield the empirical data about the existence of free will in the area that it examines, we can reject the experience of free will that we have that is prior to even getting to that method itself. That's my point. Like the philosophical method of even getting all these reasonable beliefs is prior to like examining the world.
That in the first thing I said, it doesn't matter if it's prior. So many of the prior beliefs we have are delusions, illusions, misconceptions, and are objectively false. The order in which you come to the beliefs doesn't make them more reasonable. This method, yeah, it does come later, and it proves a lot of those prior things are just false. So the fact that it's prior isn't a justification. But I'm done.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Well, I don't know what to say except to repeat myself again, but like
do a little bit more research, a bit more reading. I think we come to a good spot.
Is that it? Is that it, Zeleny?
So no one has anything else to say, no?
No, I think TJump covered it quite well, and so, he pretty much laid it out. So like I said, that's pretty much where it is. If you're just kind of like, if he's posited this to you, and you really have no rebuttal, then I would say then just take what he said, dive into it, take it apart, and work until you understand it. Of course, I would say more reading and research.
No, I mean, I understand it. I read and researched it. I majored in analytical philosophy, but like this is an impasse that is based on his rejection of to follow the line of the argument. Like he simply denies my claim that the later based claims cannot be stronger than the earlier based claims in the methodology of getting to reasonable beliefs. Like, I cannot do anything against that claim. Like, he just claims, yeah, science doesn't allow us to believe in free will, so we must reject it. I mean, okay.
I wouldn't say that science doesn't allow it. It's just that science doesn't seem to support the idea.
It seems to me that science doesn't say much for or against it. Like, you need to universalize the data from science to generalize the way you think matter works and to assume that matter is the only thing that exists in order to deny free will.
If something didn't exist, do you think you would see studies for or against it?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, and then there's the other
studies are about empirical questions. Metaphysical questions are usually dealt with in the faculties of philosophy departments.
So one of the things that is important to not lose sight of is that there are many things that we don't know about reality yet. You know, we've figured out quite a lot from our perspective, but you know, it could be at some point in the future that there's a discovery of, say, a free will particle that instigates and causes free will to happen in people's brains, and maybe some people have one or more of these particles in their brains. We don't know if this is the case. Now, there's of course going to be lots of people who will reject the idea because we have no evidence of this, so it's only an idea. But I think it would be a big mistake, is my point, that if we were to think that we know what all the different types of matter are.
No, that's not. I wouldn't assume that in this argument. Like I was just saying, sorry, that you get to those things you perceive, like you necessarily and universally perceive in your introspection, that like the one who denies free will says, yeah, it might be a delusion. Sure, it might be, but that's where plausibility, like yes, it is plausible to believe, and then they deny it based on science, which has 10 different steps before it, which all could equally be said for that they might be an illusion. So
yeah.
So see, my point is that it seems more reasonable to me to accept the view that has like one or two questionable steps in its basis than to deny it on the basis of something that has 10 questionable steps in its basis.
Yeah, well, so you're differentiating between what seems to be the most likely case versus what is absolute fact, and I think that's a reasonable approach to use. And it's important to understand that distinction, and there are unfortunately people who don't, and then they will say, okay, this seems to be the most likely case, and they jump to the conclusion saying, therefore, that must be the case, and that's where the error lies.
No,
I think
sure.
You also misstated the amount of
reasonable,
steps and questionable things.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Like if you started at I exist, and then the universe exists, and then expound out from there, I'm sure it's going to be quite a few more than 2 and 10 steps respectively.
Or free will?
Yeah, for whatever the two positions are. I'm sure whatever you're looking at, it's going to be quite a few more steps.
One is, I took as like that one position is that there is free will, one is the materialist, so like determinist
but free will adds a step on top of material things happening, right? So like cause and effect may not actually be like a universal thing, right? But cause and effect all the way through, adding a step would be free will.
No, sure. On the, on the scientific approach, you get free will very, very late. Like you get it I don't know, in psychology as data that people perceive that they have free will. You get it like 14 billion years after you get through various other things. But in this Cartesian methodological skeptic methodology, you start from the cogito and you get it in a second or third step when you introspect what you perceive about your mind. And then you get to the existence of the external world and the existence of causality and the universality of the causality and maybe universality of materiality much later. Like you have to go
Are
to...
you dualist?
Substance dualist, yes.
I just disagree from the get-go. Similar to TJump, I guess, so.
No, sure. I that's why I said I would probably get like very contentious claims that seem very improbable to you even before I mention God. Yeah.
There's a question from our live YouTube chat. Mark Reed is asking if you're using free will as an axiom.
Not an axiom, but like one of the first things that it seems reasonable to believe in. Like very close to that it seems reasonable to believe that I exist, that I am a mind that exists.
I'm just because when it comes down to it, regardless of whatever you're posing, like none of that logically, none of that entails that a God exists, because you could boil it down. You could basically say that we're all just, we could all just be in a reality simulator being run by some future civilization trying to determine what happened in the past. So, but that doesn't entail that a God exists, and it doesn't entail that any specific God exists. So it's still a big leap in order to get. You could pose all things, given like, what is reality, and is the external reality something that is there, something that is projected, something that is fed to us, or whatever. But it's still one problem, and then getting it to a God, or getting it to like an all-powerful creator, or getting it to especially to a specific God with particular attributes, that's problematic because you can't jump that. So
no, I agree with the later parts. Like I think that my line of argumentation would further go like to posit substance dualism from the like that it seems to us that matter exists, but also and that it functions deterministically, but also that free will exists. So from that, it would seem reasonable that substance dualism is true, and like from that, maybe we can get to a vague kind of theism, but no, it certainly doesn't lead to any specific religion. No.
Right. So I mean, I'm just trying to bring it back to the beginning that that's kind of what the stage is set for, is that it's not a matter of, it's like, does a god or do gods or goddesses exist, or do you believe in a particular god, and do you have evidence for the existence of that thing, like why you believe it and stuff like that. But just the hypothetical questioning of whether or not reality is what we perceive it to be, and jumping into these things, when it comes down to it, when you boil it all down, we perceive an external reality, a reality that is external to us. Whether or not that is there is actually irrelevant, because we can't perceive it in another way without really, really screwing with our brains. So like chemical, intervention or chemical interaction, stuff like that. So we understand these things implicitly. We perceive it's there, and there's nothing to indicate that it's not there. Okay, so asking, is this just a projection of our minds? Asking if this, these are just hypotheticals. Because when it comes down to the evidence, we can only side with what the evidence tells us. And the evidence points to an external reality that is external to us, that continues on after we die, and that after we die, there is nothing after that. That we just go, and there's no evidence to conclude or suggest that anything persists after that. So, because when we look at the individual claims that something is persisting on, those all fall apart under scrutiny. So we go with what the evidence has, and what is justified in accepting, or justified in believing. And so if we start positing things that are hypothetical possibilities, that doesn't entail, just because we can conceive it doesn't mean that it actually exists. So that's where the line of demarcation should be. So sure, you can conceive of all kinds of things. We've spoken to theists who legitimately believe that we are all just projections of God, that God is the ultimate solipsist, and that we are all everything is just a projection of God's mind. Sure, but there's no way for us to demonstrate that, and
that's not an empirical claim.
We can't demarcate it from what we currently perceive. So when it comes down to it, it doesn't really get us anywhere.
I mean, kinda from the empirical perspective, I understand that. But for example, even the idealist, like it's not like he's talking just from hypotheticals. I mean, sure, maybe the specific people who, I don't know, go into debates do that. But for example, if you read about Berkeley and the discussions about his arguments and counter arguments, like he actually has good arguments that the external world is made out of mental stuff and not material stuff. Like it's not just that he's giving a hypothetical, he's examining, like we are starting from this like introspection, we don't know if the external world is real, so maybe it is, maybe it isn't, and we are trying to examine which of those two options is the more reasonable one to accept. Like, and he gives various arguments, like
cool, he can argue for it, but just because an argument or a syllogism is valid doesn't make it sound. I think we can agree on that, right?
Sure, but I think that he also had sound arguments. But we don't have to get into Berkeley, I mean, specifically. But you know,
right.
it's not.
I'm just saying, we can pose arguments for all kinds of things. You know, there. You know, it's like if your argument is like the structure of it is good, then it is valid. But it doesn't make it sound. So great, fantastic. He can make an argument for how everything is just a projection. Everything is just a projection of mental states. Fantastic. Demonstrate it.
But he cannot demonstrate it empirically, if that's what you mean.
Bingo. No. So bingo. So why would we accept it as a legitimate possibility? If sure, we can argue for many things. I can argue for all kinds of stuff. Okay, but it doesn't
he's
mean
talking
that actually,
about ontology, not empirical.
But it doesn't. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Just because I can conceive of a thing doesn't mean it actually exists. Just because I believe a thing to be true doesn't entail that it is true. So, just because I can argue for a particular hypothetical situation doesn't mean that hypothetical situation represents reality. So, yeah, it's a great argument. Fantastic. We have many great arguments for things that don't exist. And we can push these things and they can subsist in the field of unfalsifiability. They exist out there as kind of like, well, we can't prove it or disprove it. So, great. It exists out there in the world of unfalsifiability. So, that's where it's going to be. And, you know, methodological naturalism, we can just reject that because it's unfalsifiable.
Again, the thing that I and TJump agreed, science works both ways. Like the claim that the external world exists and that is material is also an unfalsifiable claim because it is an ontological claim, not an empirical one.
That's why we go where the evidence lies. So that's why
you're literally creating an ontology, though, from the get-go. You presuppose an unconfirmed ontology, non-physical.
Yeah.
No, this approach allows you.
That's wild.
This approach would allow you to get to physicalism, if, like, for example, I don't know, you wouldn't universalize the causality in matter. So that's, for example, the view of, I don't know, like Chomsky or the New Mysterians. Like they say everything is material and matter generally functions deterministically, but in some instances it functions in a manner of free will, and that's our brains. So that's a possible view.
Great. So we can posit this as a possibility. Now let's insert it into the methodology and let's start making some novel testable predictions. So I'm gonna harken back to what TJump says. So the thing that TJump hammers home, how we differentiate between reality and imagination. Okay, and primarily it's novel testable predictions about it. So yeah, so let's insert that into the methodology and let's start making some novel testable predictions with it. And the problem is we can't do that. It doesn't offer anything new about the universe, doesn't explain anything, has no explanatory power, and it doesn't make any predictions about the future that come true with any form of accuracy whatsoever. The methodologies we do have, they do have explanatory power, and they do make extremely precision predictions about the future. Then they come true, therefore they validate the model. So,
but again, science both works on both ontologies. That's the point. You cannot use science to disprove the ontology. It works with equal. Well, okay, but that's a different view than claiming that the external world and simply assuming it because, like, it seems to us that we do science within it. Like, it's a different claim to say this question is irrelevant and we shouldn't discuss.
Okay, yes, but we work with the tools that we have available to us. So if you're positing things that are outside of the realm that we can do actual work, then what's the point? Because
you
can posit this, you can posit it, but you can't be demonstrated to be the case.
No, but the point is that we have a very strong, like, almost, well, not almost, but kind of involuntary perception of the existence of free will. So, like, do you say it's a delusion or not? It's a kind of important question.
Well, okay, so like, do people have different positions on free will? I know pretty much. I think everybody here on the panel has like kind of a different interpretation or a different. My position on it is that there is evidence. Essentially, I kind of like, it's very tongue in cheek, but we have free will because we have no choice not to. So, because we have no choice in the matter, because there is evidence that we live in a deterministic universe. Okay, just by what we understand about physics and quantum mechanics, but we are grounded in the third dimension. And just a person standing in reality, just a person standing in the space, there are things that we don't know that are that happen in the future that we can't predict. That just by ourselves, we can predict some things to a certainty, but not everything. So we have this concept, we have this idea, this perception of free will. So because we perceive it and because it works that way, and I can make different choices myself, then we have the perception of it. So some people would argue that it's illusory, but I perceive that it is, and I can watch it and I can kind of see it in action from my perspective. So it's real to me. So I'm torn on free will. We have the perception of it; it's there, but there's evidence that we live in a deterministic universe just by what we understand about physics and quantum mechanics. So there's some sort of there's some sort of line of demarcation that I'm not settled on yet. So do we have free will? We perceive that we do. Is there evidence against it? Absolutely. But, where do we stand? It's because we're sadly grounded in the third dimension. So
can I just delineate between free will, which I don't think exists either, and will, which is just what we use as a measuring stick for deciding legal and moral actions. It is the difference between, was it your own will to walk through the door, or did someone pick you up and throw you through the door?
Sure, but that's, difference between legal stuff and metaphysical claims. I mean.
Sure, but I think that when it comes to a conscious, that is still part of that. We have our own being. We have us as a social species coming together to enact moral systems and legal systems. I don't get what would be non-natural, non-physical. The asterisk that I always put when we talk about these things is there is energy and matter. So it's one of those. If it's not matter, it's energy. It's doing work.
I mean, possibly. That would be an empirical claim, so we would have to find energetic functioning that works in a matter of free will. Yeah.
I agree, but I also think that these will eventually all be empirical claims. I think that when, not that you're putting forth empirical dualistic claims, but when it comes to this stuff, I think they have a burden of proof as well. And I don't see that getting fulfilled, but we'll see.
Good point. I think we're in a good spot.
Yeah, this was a very interesting conversation. Thank you, Zelini Sock. Really appreciate that. No, I like your avatar too, by the way. Looks lovely.
Thank you for coming up and being so honest. I'm going to pull you down from stage now, but do you have any last words?
No, just cheers.
Just what?
Cheers.
Oh, cheers to you as well.
Cheers. Yes, cheers.
We've got Otangelo. He actually waited a long time the last show, at last couple shows actually. But what's going on, Otangelo?
Hello, guys. What's up?
What's up,
Hello, Otangelo. Hello, Otangelo.
Okay, so I will ask here a question, and I would like not to be interrupted, and then you can answer. Okay.
How much time do you think you need?
A minute and a half.
Okay, no problem.
I'm starting the timer now. Go.
Okay. So I will read that, okay? So we create two hypotheses and predictions. The first is that coincidence and random chance is able to create computers with hardware and software using codes and languages instantiating information, and after encoding information transfer, translation, and decoding that instructional information, it is used to construct factories full of machines, production lines driven by energy, made by energy turbines. And the other hypothesis is that intelligence is capable to instantiate all these things. Based on our background knowledge and experience, which of the two hypotheses and predictions do you think will be successful and meet the prediction?
So I would disagree with a lot of the terminology you used because it's not analogous. What the terminology you're using, like code and machines and all this stuff, are just. This is the problem with this is the problem with the words that you're using. You're manipulating language with this. These terms are utilized in order to describe something in a kind of analogous way, but that's not what they are. That's what's problematic when trying to convey complex scientific processes to lay people, is that certain things that are kind of similar will be utilized to describe them, but that doesn't indicate that that's what they are. What you're essentially, everything you talked about there is literally just chemical processes. That's what it boils down to, is the formation of DNA, RNA synthesis, everything, the entire process of building up to cellular life that is then self-replicate DNA, which is a self-replicating molecule. Is that it's all chemical processes. These are all natural elements, natural chemicals that exist in nature, and we have found in the universe, and that in the right circumstances they come together and they react naturally. So kind of like the universe is a big laboratory. The chemicals, when they come together in specific instances, they react specifically, and they do these things naturally. And these are naturally arising chemicals in the world, like in the universe. They come about naturally. So I would disagree with the use of terminology, but to address your argument, given what we understand of them being naturally occurring chemicals, and the second one where you're positing an intelligence behind these things, I would say that the evidence and what we understand about reality, what we understand about the universe, and the evidence that we have to work with, that the first one is that this is an unguided process, and that life in and of itself is an emergent property of the universe.
JL, did I mention any of all these things that you just mentioned? I didn't. I just asked a succinct question in regards of the origin of the things that I mentioned. I didn't mention DNA. I didn't mention.
Could you ask your question again? Angela, I didn't understand your question when you first asked it. Could you ask your question again?
Yes, I will read it again. We create two hypotheses and predictions. The first is that coincidence or random chance is able to create computers with hardware and software using codes and languages instantiating information, and after encoding information transfer, translation, and decoding that instructional information, it is used to construct factories full of machines, production lines driven by energy, made by energy turbines. And the other hypothesis is that intelligence is capable to instantiate all these things. Based on our background knowledge and experience, which of the two hypotheses and predictions do you think will be successful and meet the prediction?
So it was intelligence that made these computers and machines now, but for most of life, there were no artificial machines. There were no creations.
Well, did I mention something about what you just said?
Well, it's kind of a false dichotomy because it wasn't. The answer is intelligence to create the computers, but there's nothing suggesting the origin of life or the universe was intelligently created.
He hasn't made that part of the argument yet. So yes,
something about universe, origin of life? I mean,
so the answer is so yes, if we see computers and we have two hypotheses where did they come about by random chance or by design, based on our background knowledge, we know that computers are designed by humans, so we would infer that they were designed by humans.
And the reason that I bring that up is because when you use words like random and chance, those are only used in theistic worlds to describe things like abiogenesis. And so it's not terms that physicists use. And so I agree those are machines that would come about by intelligent means. They're the only ways that we know of so far.
Physicists do use random. Random is like a fundamental force in physics. It's a really common word, but
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to apologize here because what I did was, and so Tangelo, if you're just asking about like computers and machines and stuff that we have today that humans have created, then yeah, obviously then humans created those things. So yeah, there was intelligence behind those things. But and then you said the other side that they came about, so yeah, I would agree with that part. What I did when I was addressing you was jumping to the part where you're going to then conflate machines and production lines and factories like that to like organic chemistry and cellular biology, because you're going to take that and you're going to say, because we observe intelligence today creating things, creating production lines and factories and various other stuff, because we observe that today and human minds are responsible for this, because these things are analogous to because you think they're analogous to organic chemistry and biological and cellular biology, that there must be an intelligence behind that back then, because these two things are not analogous. I was basically cutting at the end. So I apologize. So I kind of jumped ahead in your argument, because you're going to posit what we observe today. You're going to try and draw an analogy or say that these things that we observe today are analogous to the precursors for life way back billions of years ago, and say that it had to be an intelligence. No, that's not the way it works. So if you're talking about just like computers and production designs and factories, sure, humans made those things. We do it so we can make other stuff. But you cannot draw a line between that and OChem and cellular biology and microbiology. It doesn't work that way.
And I would also like to point out, I wasn't saying that physicists don't use the word random. I'm talking when we are talking about the instigation of computers, when we're talking about the internet, when we're talking about these things, computer scientists don't talk about it coming about by random chance. That is theistic language. And so I'm interested to see where you're going. I thought that was the question on Tangelo, but we...
No, I was just asking about if these things are better explained by intelligence or not. Okay, so to answer now in regards of why I'm bringing up that analogy, I disagree with JL, because what we see actually in living cells is that there is the genome, which is an information storage device, and it stores instructional information through a language, which is the genetic code. Then there is information transfer, which is transcription and translation. And then through that information, there is the instantiation of molecular machines, which are proteins, metabolic pathways, which are production lines, energy turbines, which is ATP synthase, which makes ATP, and chemical factories, which are cells. So what I described as an analogy is precisely what is actually happening in the cell. So what JL is claiming is simply not true.
No, that is incorrect. Like I said before, like I tried to state at the very, very beginning, because I knew you were going to go this direction. You are drawing an analogy, and what you're essentially trying to do is you're trying to use terminology that other people have used in order to make these things a little bit more easier to kind of like conceptualize for lay people. But no, when it comes down to it, evolutionary biologists, microbiologists, or people who work in organic chemistry, they do not look at these things the way you're looking at them. Okay, so it's an abuse of language is what it is. Okay, so no, these things are literally chemicals that are simply interacting. That's it. In order to describe the very, very complex processes that take place from beginning to end in the formation of cellular life, instead of going through everything, all the big complex words that mean various things, instead of doing that, we analogize things to make them easier to conceptualize. But when you get into the actual fields and you learn these things, that's not the way we understand them. They break these things down bit by bit, piece by piece, and we don't use these analogies when we're actually learning the field. So no, what you're doing is again an abuse of language. So you're using these lay terms, these lay analogies, to try and say something about reality that is literally not true. Okay? These are chemical processes. The chemicals involved arise naturally, and they interact naturally without guidance. That is what we have evidence of. So no, you cannot keep calling cells factories. You cannot keep calling transcription and transcriptase you cannot liken that to an exchange of information like in a computer. They're not analogous. Okay, and this has been pointed out many times before. You were drawing analogies and assuming that they mean the same thing when they don't.
Yeah, JL, I am using strictly scientific terms, transcription and translation. This is used to explain what happens in the cell. Now there is a
used to explain, but it doesn't mean that's what it is. Otangelo, no, Otangelo. It's used to explain it. It's used to explain it, but it does not mean that's what it is. Stop,
one at a time, guys.
Otangelo, stop jumping past my point. It's
it's
used to explain it, but it is not representative of what it is.
Jay, could you please stop interrupting me when I try to answer you?
No, I will interrupt you. I will interrupt you when you run past my point and you don't address it, or you misrepresent me, Otangelo. As I have always told you, if you misrepresent my argument, or you completely fly past it in order to avoid addressing it, I will stop you. Because that's the way discourse works.
Okay, I disagree with you because the sequence of nucleotides, which is instructional and complex, it dictates the sequence of amino acids, which then will form proteins. So we have indeed literally and factually an information transfer here through transcription and translation. So your claim that we are not talking here about an analogous state of affairs is simply wrong. And if you actually would once in a while, JL, use actually your internet and Google molecular machines and chemical factories and software and hardware in the cell and all the terminologies that I use, then you would actually find hundreds of thousands of links which precisely describe the state of affairs that I do the way I do. So no, your objection is not taken and you are factually wrong.
Otangelo, you make the assumption that because I disagree with you, that I have no background in organic chemistry, microbiology, cellular biology, or evolutionary biology. Okay? I am telling you right now, as someone with a background in these fields of science and someone who is continuing to be a part of these fields in the work that I do, you are wrong. Okay, you are misrepresenting science. That is what you are doing.
Okay,
I'm telling you, you cannot keep calling these things. Yes, there is an exchange of information, but not information. Yes, there is. But you are equating that exchange of information like we understand a transference of information through like a computer, through like something that's intelligently designed by humans. They are not the same. Okay, one is a chemical, one is an unguided chemical process. The other one is people putting information into a system and the system using that information to put out other information.
Okay, what is the function of the information stored in DNA?
What do you mean? You mean the chemicals that create life? Is essentially it depends upon where things code. Okay, but you're completely running past my point now. You're running past my point, and the random. I would say random, but the pressures that guide whatever gene, whatever alleles are selected for, where everything's code, where all those nucleotides hit. Okay, the process of that is literally called evolutionary pressures. Determine which ones get selected for and which ones do not. It is an unguided process. There is no intelligence behind it. Okay,
you just expose your complete lack of knowledge in the field. Okay. I made you a very simple question. What is the function of the information DNA? And you gave me a blah, 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 blah.
I pointed out that what you brought up was irrelevant because you completely jumped past my point. Address my argument. Stop bringing up other things, Otangelo. That's the problem.
Okay, what I said has directly to do with my syllogism and question which I brought up in the beginning. The thing is that the information stored in DNA through the language of the genetic code dictates the making of molecular machines, which are proteins. It dictates the assembly and sequence of amino acids, which then will fold into 3D form and constitute the proteins, which are the molecular machines, the working horses in the cell. So we have here a direct correlationship and interdependence, which has to be explained. And if you say no, JL, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, okay.
Well, can I just cut in for 1 second?
Yeah,
Antangelo, have you been able to convince anyone in the scientific community of this?
I don't care if I can or do not can convince other people.
Well, the scientific community does.
Well, Amy, what I am doing, I am describing here a real state of affairs in the cell. Go and study it, and you will see that what I am describing here is precisely what happens in the cell.
Incorrect. I have spent years studying these fields. You are incorrect, sir.
The making of chemical factories which are full of molecular machines, and energy turbines, which are ATP synthase proteins, which generate ATP, which is the energy currency in the cell. So you have here indeed a direct correlation and interdependence of information dictating the making and operation of cells. That is what has to be explained, and it is analogous to what we do. We use assembly information to make machines.
Can I get your definition of information?
In regards of biology, we are talking here about instructional assembly information equivalent to an architecture plan or a blueprint. I, as a machine designer, I make all the time these kind of blueprints, which have the precise instructions to make a machine, for example, the size.
Now you're not talking biology.
Yes, but that's exactly what we have. We have the instruction in the genome, which dictates and instructs the assembly of molecular machines and the operation.
Can I give you a less like senator answer, the definition my teacher gave me? It is information is the translation of data. Data tending to just be symbols. And so it doesn't need a mind.
Oh, really? Do you know some kind of information system, a language and code, which didn't have a mind, which instantiated it?
Yeah, we can create systems where you just say, look for these.
You just said it. We can create intelligence. We are intelligence. Through our intelligence, we create these.
But Angelo, everything we make is we're going to create. But you're talking about something that's natural, that's been here for 4.5 billion years, and in the past 100,000 years. In fact, the past 100 to 1,000 years, basically, we started making artificial codes. The point that J.L. Warren is making is that there is no mind guiding any of this type of cellular meiosis. It's not actually being, like, you can't go into the DNA, or at least the DNA, anything on the cellular level, and change itself. It's just doing the chemical instructions.
Yeah,
Amy,
DNA is not self-correcting. DNA is not self-correcting.
Wow.
Okay.
Can I answer, please? Amy, did autonomous robot have a creator?
So, autonomous robots, by definition, there are creators. We created them. Yes, there are creations.
Okay, good. So they operate autonomously, but someone with intelligence programmed them to do what they do, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's analogous to what we see in the cell. Proteins, they are analogous to robots.
I gotta stop you right. Otangelo, I'm gonna stop you right there. It is Otangelo. I'm gonna stop you right there. It's not programmed, because when you write a program, this is why it's not analogous. Okay, when you write a program as a software designer, okay, when a program is written, the program runs one way as it is written. This is why calling it a blueprint is problematic. A blueprint is a design for one thing and one thing only. Okay? And when you follow the instructions on a blueprint, you get that same thing every time, unless you screw up the blueprint, but that's intelligence working in there. Blueprints design one thing. When you program something, you get the same thing for every time you've programmed. All right? Genes are not programmed. Okay? The whole process of getting from RNA to cellular life is not programmed. We have demonstrated, we understand that these things naturally occur in the universe given the right circumstances. Okay, the planet simulator at McMaster University is literally just an experiment where they have recreated what we understand to be the early the parameters of primordial Earth in order to attempt to see how abiogenesis comes about. And that is successfully working along, and it's already up to protocells. So we understand how these things just occur naturally with no intervention. It just requires the right situation, the right parameters. So the laboratory conditions of the world, of the planet, have to be correct for it to happen. Now, we also understand that certain parts of this can kick off and then fail. So it kicks off and it fails. It kicks off and it fails. Abiogenesis keeps attempting to do this until it finally succeeds. And then evolution by natural selection is what allows it to take the forms that it takes, the evolutionary pressures of the Earth. All right?
Okay, JL, let me quote you here from Leslie Orgel, Prospects for Understanding the Origin of the RNA World, 1993. He says, a blueprint cannot produce a car all by itself without a factory and workers to assemble the parts according to the instructions contained in the blueprint.
You just proved my point.
In the same way, the blueprint contained in RNA cannot produce proteins by itself without the cooperation of other cellular components which follow the instructions contained in RNA. Now, here is the interesting thing.
Otangelo, let me respond to that. Otangelo, stop.
Otangelo,
stop. No, let me respond to that. No, because you've already gotten something wrong on that. You literally just proved my point. Because RNA synthesis is not a blueprint. It is a chemical interaction. All right? There's no blueprint there. These chemicals interact and they have results. So much like chemistry, throwing magnesium into water, there is a chemical interaction between those two, between the magnesium and the H2O. That is a naturally occurring thing. If there is water in the universe, wherever, and there's magnesium in the world, or to take cesium, for example, okay? If the cesium touches the water, like a cesium meteorite strikes an ocean, there will be a chemical reaction resulting in an explosion. This is a naturally occurring thing. Cesium comes about naturally, water comes about naturally. And if the two interact, there's a chemical interaction. The same thing goes for the chemicals that are involved in the production of life. I almost misspoke there. Literally in the result of life. Okay? It's chemical interaction. There is no blueprint. These chemicals come together under the right circumstances, and they interact, and they result in what we now see today. That is what we're talking about. You're calling it a blueprint. There is no blueprint because the formation of what we see from basic cellular, from our humble origins to what we are now is a result of the pressures of the environment, determining, depending upon what those pressures are, which alleles will be repeated to the next generation. And that process, that change in morphology and the speciation, is that whole process is what we call evolution. Okay? So there is no blueprint. Stop referring to it as a blueprint because there is no blueprint.
And Tangelo, can I do you think that it was just a mind that created it 4.5 billion years ago when life started? Because DNA is still going. Do you think that God is like having every cell do mitosis, or he's helping right now? He's helping program it?
Okay, let me first answer to JL. JL, right. You don't know what you're talking about. I'll quote here Paul Davies. He asks, how did stupid atoms spontaneously write their own software? Nobody knows. There is no software law of physics able to create information from nothing.
There's no software.
If you don't understand that DNA is a software storage mechanism through the genetic code and its language, then you don't know what you're talking about.
I can't deal.
That's why he made that analogy earlier.
I can't deal with this abuse of language. So this is an absolute abuse of terminology, and he's still continue. I've already explained why you can't do this and why you can't draw these analogies. The analogies that are used to explain to lay people do not represent what actually exists. I've tried to explain this multiple times, and he just keeps running past it. So, and just
I like just quote mine in chat.
Tangelo, just you were saying like you don't know what you're talking about. Incorrect, sir. Incorrect. Okay, and you literally quoted somebody. You literally cited something that literally proved my point, and then you tried to present it as something that refuted me. And you're incorrect on that, sir.
Let me quote you here, Michael Levine. Living things are not machines, updating mechanism metaphors in light of the modern science of machine behavior from 2021. He says, biology and computer science are not two different fields. They are both branches of information science working in distinct media, but with much in common. So he directly refutes your claim. And here,
no, he doesn't. He acknowledges the analogy. He acknowledges no, Tangelo. He acknowledges the analogy, but he does not conclude that they are the same thing. These things are not analogous. These things are analogous, but they are not the same.
Yeah.
Okay. We can use one to describe the other, but they don't represent the same thing.
Yeah.
A factory producing things that we humans have created does not equate to the chemical interactions that form life.
Yeah,
yes,
JL,
we can use one because of the moving part. We can say that these processes take place and it kind of like resembles a production line, but that's not what's actually happening.
I was very clear in my explanation, which completely went in one ear and out of the other.
Okay, I'm done with it.
At that point, JL, I think that you are a lost case. You have not.
Anybody else want to engage with Otangelo?
The facts which I am explaining here.
Yeah, he's got nothing but ad homs at this point, so I'm done with it. I've already demonstrated to him irrefutably he could stop it that his God doesn't even exist. So, and I've already demonstrated that, and at this point he's just a deist. But even then, his argument doesn't even get you to deism, so I'm done with him.
Well, so, Otangelo, nobody wants to engage with you. I apologize. Thank you for coming up. Do you have any last words?
Yes. If someone denies that DNA is an information storage mechanism, I suggest go and learn basic science, basic biology. This is what JL has not made, and I think at this point it's hopeless.
DNA is not a hard drive, Otangelo.
Yeah.
And Tangelo, can I just get like an answer on like, is God, is he the one who started it 4.5 billion years ago? Is he making all the meiosis and mitosis? Is he doing it all right now? Or like, could he change it? Are any of those questions viable to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is that life has very powerful error check and repair mechanisms. And if they would not be instantiated right from the beginning when life started, the mutation rate would be so great that the cell wouldn't survive. It would immediately die. So
that's also incorrect.
So the error minimization process, you have a mutation, one mutation maybe in 1 up to 10 billion nucleotides translated. That's phenomenal. And the ribosome alone has 13 different error check and repair mechanisms. As well, in the making of the ribosome, there are also many error check and repair mechanisms in place in order for you to have a functional ribosome. Okay, so God has made it right from the beginning in a way that it will life can replicate for many generations, and you have still a low mutation rate, and it will permit life to go.
So God made it, but then is God also maintaining the only reason that we are able to, our cells are able to split is because of God?
Well, I think also meiosis and mitosis, that is a pre-programmed process, and you have in meiosis 16 checkpoints And if the process isn't going right, then it is abrupted and stopped. And these 16 checkpoints, they have to be all there. If you don't have them all in place, meiosis cannot happen. That also means that everything had to be fully set up to start right from the beginning.
No, unless it started and it failed multiple times before it finally had the conditions in order to get that point. So the problem is that you're thinking this whole thing occurred once, like abiogenesis or the initial formations took place one time and then everything kicked off. Okay, the very real possibility is, even though because we weren't there to observe, but we could say that these processes start and then they get interrupted by various pressures or because certain things haven't happened in a particular way. So the failure rate of this is actually quite high. You need the right circumstances and you need the right things to fall in the right place. And this is just a matter of chance. Okay, this is just a matter that as long as it keeps attempting to do it, it'll eventually find the right play, the right moment, and it will kick off and do what it does naturally. But you haven't eliminated the possibility that abiogenesis failed hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of times before it finally got the opportunity to finally kick off and run. Okay,
Yeah,
you're just saying that it occurred once and it happened. No, that is not the case because abiogenesis once abiogenesis kicks off, it can't really occur again because the things that are necessary for abiogenesis to take place now become a part of the food chain for living organisms that have already arisen. Okay, so abiogenesis can happen one time, kick off, and once you have life, then it's done. Abiogenesis can't happen again because those chemicals are being reused for the cycle. However, if abiogenesis does not kick off, that doesn't mean that the initial points can't start or attempt to start, and this normal chemical interactions cannot keep happening and attempt to happen over and over and over again until eventually it is successful and it kicks off, and then you get to DNA and DNA self-replicates, and then you have life. Okay,
we have two questions. Sorry, we
ahead.
have two questions from our live YouTube checks chat, our live YouTube audience. One from Mark Reed. He's wondering why you would reference Michael Levin when you support evolution and abiogenesis. And the other question is from Beamsy. He's wondering if you can explain if pulsars are programmed.
Well, the first question is, I quoted Levin because that is a very common sense. Everyone knows that DNA is an information storage mechanism. And when we are talking about that information, it is complex specified information, or I use a more colloquial word, which is instructional assembly information, because it dictates the making of proteins and it dictates the sequence of amino acids. Okay, so this is something which is very commonly known. JL doesn't know or deny it because he knows the implicancies. But this is not
the word is implications, Otangelo. And no, I am aware of it. You are misquoting this person. And the point is that they acknowledge the analogy, but they do not say that the analogy represents what's actually occurring in reality. Okay? Stop misusing people's quotes.
I'll drill down the point, Otangelo. Are you using Brian R. Johnson, who wrote Self-Organization, Natural Selection, and Evolution, Cellular Hardware, and Genetic Software, that you're getting that analogy from? Are you using that to try to disprove evolution?
Well, first of all, we are not talking.
Is your goal to disprove evolution here?
No, this entire conversation had nothing to do with evolution. It has all to do with the origin of life, which requires all that state of affairs that we are talking about fully set up. Only then you can have life, self-replication, and evolution. So you have two alternatives here.
So these analogies have nothing to do with abiogenesis. So why are you applying them? They're in regards to evolution. So why are you applying them to abiogenesis?
No, they have to do with abiogenesis because you have to instantiate.
They're specifically targeting evolution with what they're talking about here.
The only thing here is substantiating that DNA, in fact, and literally stores information. Let me quote here Richard Dawkins. He says, after the 7th minute in a speech, can you think of any other class of molecule that has that property of folding itself up into a uniquely characteristic enzyme of which there is an enormous repertoire capable of catalyzing an enormous repertoire of chemical reactions. And this is in itself to be absolutely determined by a digital code. Do you know what the digital code is? He is talking here about the genetic code, which is digital, and the information in DNA, which is digital. Okay, you
No,
have
that's not what he meant by that. You're taking that completely out of context.
You don't have an analogous situation in regards of the genetic code. You have a literal assignment of meaning of codons to amino acids. You have 64 codons which are mapped or assigned to 20 amino acids. This is not analogous. This is the literal state of affairs. And assigning meaning always requires intelligence.
So once you can start making the testable predictions that the naturalists do, then we'll start taking you seriously. Until then, arguments mean nothing.
Tried for 70 years, Tom, and they have failed to explain the origin of the genetic code.
They're making progress, you're not. They make successful predictions, they make successful papers,
they
you
are
do not.
Do you know what the progress is, Tom?
Yes, I
that
do.
RNA, they have demonstrated that RNA becomes asphalt.
I don't care. They make predictions that are correct. You do not. Let's move on.
Yes, the correct prediction is that RNA becomes asphalt.
Thank you for coming up, Otangelo. We do appreciate your time.
Okay.
Have a good one, man.
I will point out before we move on to the next person that when I last had a conversation with him in Clubhouse, because I went into that place, I presented the evidence for him that the Abrahamic Christian God does not exist, and he literally broke it down for him, to him and a number of other people that were in that room, and he didn't have an argument for it. He couldn't refute what I said. He couldn't shut it down. As a matter of fact, he just walked away. So I was hoping that we would eventually get to that, because I was hoping he would bring that up, but he just went back to the old tropes. But I want him to present an argument for some sort of evidence that knocks down the evidence that I presented to him.
Thank you. I've been invited to speak. Sorry, I was arguing with someone at the.
Hang on for one moment.
Go ahead.
Are you done, Jail? Or
yeah, I'm good.
Cool.
So,
all right, Jupiter.
What I was hoping to get from Otangelo, what we didn't get from Otangelo. So.
I've been waiting for a while, and I'm agnostic, so I'm asking the same question myself: does a God exist? And I think it's possible, but I don't know. And I don't think there's any way for us to prove it, because we live in, let's say that God created the universe, or let's say it was the Big Bang, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Sorry if, excuse my French. If God does exist, then he or she or it or whatever exists outside of this universe, right? Like, if I build a computer, then obviously I'm not inside the computer because I built it. I'm outside of it. So there's no way to prove something that's outside of our realm of perception. You can't prove it. You can try to reason to it, but you can't prove it.
Do you believe in Santa?
No.
Are you
Damn,
agnostic?
look how easy that was. We made atheists, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, possibility and impossibility both have to be demonstrated. So it also.
So it's kind of so you can't really prove that God exists, and you shouldn't have to, because it's a religion. That's the
there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're all atheists.
Well,
it's not something to prove; it's a belief. If you don't mind, I'll let you finish. Would you let me finish?
Well, no, it's just because you made a statement there, and you made a positive claim there, and there's a problem with that positive claim, because you have to differentiate between what the God is. So if you're just talking about unfalsifiable deism, so just deism in and of itself, just a sufficiently powerful enough entity that kicked the football in the universe and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence left behind. Sure, that can't be proven nor disproven. That is an unfalsifiable hypothesis for everything that we observe today. And sure, you could hold on to that, for whatever personal reasons. But you would not be justified in saying that is true about reality. Now, depending upon the God and the God's attributes,
one second. You just made a positive statement too. Can I reply?
Right. So the no evidence of a demon.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that. But the God, depending upon the attributes of the God, you can gods die on their logic. Gods die in the swords of logical entailments. So
you can't say that. Well, I mean, if we could have a conversation, you can't say
I'm
that
just
God.
Saying, just make a differentiation. If you just say God, there's a lot of baggage that goes with that. So you have to say what God I'm talking about. If I'm just talking about deism, you'd be correct. But if you're talking about like a specific God, like the Abrahamic God, then no, that God dies on its logical entailments. So
I totally agree, because guess what? There's a lot of books that say a lot of things are God, and how do you know which one's the right one? Just because you were raised that way, most likely. Most people, their religion is the way they were raised. I was raised Lutheran.
And don't forget the better half of goddesses.
And goddesses, yeah. And like the Greeks were raised to believe in a bunch of gods, a pantheon. Same with the Romans, same with pagans. So we were all raised to believe these certain things, and that's why we believe them. But can you say, does a God exist? My answer is no, you can't. You can't say it because you can't know.
Oh wait, are you saying you are not convinced a God exists?
Yep, that's
all
exactly
right.
what I'm saying.
Welcome to atheism. That is the definition of atheism.
You're an atheist.
No, atheism is when you're saying, I believe that God does not exist.
That is strong atheism.
I don't know if God does exist.
Some atheists do ascribe to that, but atheism fundamentally just means you don't believe. And people who do hold that position, that there are no deities, are part of this demographic. That's how it is. So the definition that you're using there, you're limiting the scope and excluding people like me from atheism when you do that.
Jupiter, what would you call somebody who says, I do not believe that any gods exist, or I do not believe that any gods exist?
There's lots of different terms for that.
I would call that, if you say, like, if I were to say there is no God, that's atheist.
I feel like that's a different statement, though.
If I would say, is there a God? That's agnostic.
Agnostic.
If I would say there is a God, that's atheist.
Okay, agnosticism, because I'm also agnostic, means that I don't know whether there's a deity, and that's fine. But belief is more of a psychological state where no, it's more of epistemology. So I'm in both of those camps, and it sounds like you are too.
I think we are. Yeah, I think we're on the same page here, because I think it's possible. If it is, then I have no way to prove it, but I also can't disprove it. So it's an infalsifiable hypothesis, basically.
There is some confusion with the terminology because philosophy of religion pundits are taking a particular article from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy and misinterpreting it so that they can, because they have this idea, this intention to try to shift a burden of proof or create a burden of proof on atheists by limiting the scope and excluding people like me and you from the demographic. And the person, Dr. Paul Draper, who wrote that particular article that I'm thinking of about, it talks about atheism and agnosticism, he updated it a few months ago, and he made it more clear. But that article actually doesn't say what they're claiming it says, and they're taking it as scripture, and really it's just another opinion piece article out there. If we take a look at the word itself, we can see very clearly what it means. Yeah.
That's actually, the way you just said it is exactly how I view it. Let's narrow things down a bit. It's just another opinion piece out there. Let's talk about, is Christianity true, or is the Abrahamic God true? Is that the right one? Does he exist? Is it real? Is he the one who created the universe?
No.
That's a lot easier to disprove than does any kind of God exist, because we can't prove if any God exists. But can we take like a book that was written a couple thousand years ago, well, 2 to 3, if you count the Torah, and say this is the right book? And why? Because the book says that it is, and it's really old, so we can't disprove it. Then it's kind of like, it's very easy to disprove Christianity, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
So I wanted to jump in really quick.
Yeah, go ahead, TJump.
The academic definition of atheism is someone who believes God does not exist. That's not specific to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. That's in general in academic philosophy. Atheism means that.
I agree with TJump.
That's philosophy of religion. I can grant you that.
No.
This is all general philosophy is not really addressing that, as far as I understand.
No, Randolph. In philosophy, in academic philosophy, one sec, Jupiter. Stop talking. Stop talking. In academic philosophy, in every branch of academic philosophy, the word atheism definitively means the belief there is no God, with very few exceptions. That's just
that's
how it's
exactly
typically used.
we're spot on.
Yeah, there's no consensus there on that.
There is. There is
but
a
we'll
consensus.
just leave our opinions separate on this one. I think.
I'm very
could I
well
respond to
educated on this.
TJump?
There is a consensus on this. Steve McRae is correct when he says in academia.
Sorry, who?
It is Steve McRae. You know, he's
no, he's an idiot. Let's not go there.
I agree, he's an idiot, but he's right on this point.
No, he's actually wrong on this.
No,
but I'm not going to get into this with you, TJump, on here. It's just Steve McRae is a very bad reference to use on this. And
Randolph, you are wrong. Randolph, you are wrong. I am academically trained in this field. You are wrong.
Hold on. Randolph, TJump was nice enough to explain what atheism is. And so I'm curious to know, TJump, what would be your definition for agnosticism?
What is my definition? So it's a separate thing.
Or, what do you think is the academically accepted definition, I guess?
The academically accepted definition of agnosticism is someone who doesn't take a position on whether God does or does not exist.
All right, thank you. That's I
agree with that.
It is like if you just talk to like Oz, Modius Ramses, or what's his name, the other Alex Malpass, and you ask what is the philosophical definition, or what's his name, the other big atheist philosopher. I can't, too tired to even think of it.
I don't know.
Starts with the G.
Graham Oppie?
Yep, Graham Oppie. If you just ask them what is the typical definition of the word atheism in academic philosophy, they're going to be like, yeah, God does not exist. That is typically
that's it.
That is the consensus definition in philosophy.
Do we have any like anyone with a specific religion here?
But none of that matters. The definition of atheism does not matter to this debate. So did you have an argument for why God exists? Because you not knowing, do you believe Santa Claus does not exist?
I believe Santa Claus does not exist.
Okay, why would you believe God any differently? For any different reasons?
I wouldn't, because I feel the same way about both.
So you believe God does not exist?
Well, sorry. I misheard you. I'm sorry. Well, because Santa Claus would technically exist within our universe, and
what?
You would see him, right? He's real. He's here. You could see him. God could be someone who exists outside, so they're different. One is inside the universe and one is beyond it.
I can see the Santa tracker on the news.
I also want to take a pot shot at this. The creator can never mess with the creation. First of all, I feel like if we're already knocking things off what an all-powerful being can do, then they're not very powerful. But we can interact with, you could get really silly. You could say, I could put my hand inside the computer, and so technically it's in there. Or you could say, well, that's not actually interacting. Well, there are ways to interact with the computer. That's why we create parables like our mouse and our keyboard and the operating system to kind of be a link between them. It's actually, it's almost, our goal is to have an interaction with our creation, and the fact that God is unable to do this, I kind of see as at least a failure on specifically an all-powerful God who wants a personal relationship.
Yeah, that's where I was boiling it down. It's like, it depends upon which God we're talking about, because no two gods are equivalent or are exactly the same. Everybody has different interpretations as to what their God is, whether it's the Christian God or the Jewish God or the Islamic God, or you go into anything else, it's different gods. So
that's why I was hoping to find it.
Yeah, you got to look at what the God entails. Like, if this God exists and the God has specific attributes,
I just say,
what are the entailments of these attributes, and what do we expect to see if this thing actually exists?
I just want to get back to Jupiter's comment. I let TJump go ahead, but I want to get back to Jupiter's earlier comment. Go ahead, Jupiter.
One sentence. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us talking right now. Taco said a couple things, but it's mostly the 5 of us. I think we're all kind of on the same page. So should we get
Jupiter,
atheist in here?
Jupiter,
like a Christian or a Muslim?
No, Jupiter. The way this stage works is that you're our guest, and so most of our guests are theists. Once in a while, we get an atheist, agnostic, or somebody like this, like yourself. Now, you were talking about how the Abrahamic God could be easily debunked, and what I was going to say, and we went into the other topic there, which is fine, is that I agree with that. That specific deity, and I like the idea of taking them on one deity at a time, and just staying neutral until I have more information to make a determination, which I think is generally how things work scientifically and throughout the world. So for myself, the way I see it for the Abrahamic God is that it has a number of characteristics. One of them is omniscience, another one's omnipotence. It's also omnichronological. The list goes on. It's omnipresent. Just two of those characteristics, you can take omniscience and omnipotence, and there becomes a paradox, which makes it logically impossible for that God to be real. Because if the God is all powerful and all knowing and knows that tomorrow there's going to be it's going to be sunny weather here in my neighborhood, and then tomorrow rolls along and he decides to change it to rain or snow, he has now invalidated his omniscience from the day before. Therein lies the paradox. And that's why it's easy to dismiss the Abrahamic God. I'm agreeing with you, I think, here.
Yeah, you are agreeing with me. Yeah.
Well,
but
so
although if there
I wanted
was,
to like address the main point here. I think
one sec,
well,
because he was responding to me. If there is an omniscient God, well, then he already knew he was going to change it from rain to snow, right?
none of this matters. This is just like irrelevant to
Go
the
ahead,
topic.
TJ.
You're not a theist.
Well,
It's
I'm
rational
not.
to say
No, I'd
God
like
does
to
not
hear from a
exist.
theist.
It's well, we want to move you away from the stage and hear from a theist. But your original claim that to be agnostic, I'd say agnosticism is irrational, just like to be agnostic on whether Santa Claus exists is irrational. It's more likely it's a figment of human imagination. So I don't believe in any versions of gods, just like I don't believe in any versions of Santa Claus. And I think they're both made up by human imagination. That's the rational conclusion. Therefore, it's rational to be an atheist, and being agnostic is kind of silly, just like it's silly to believe agnostic on Santa Claus. But I'd like to move to atheism, to theists, to actually believe in theism, to say something of value.
Agreed.
Okay, to just be clear, we're not kicking people off the stage just because they're not theists. But Jupiter, I think JL Warren wants to bring up a point with you here.
No, I'm solid. I'm solid. So
I think I'm good. If someone like a Christian or Muslim or a Buddhist wants to come and talk, I would love to hear your take on things, because
cool. Let's get one up right now. Thank you for coming up, Jupiter.
Jupiter, thank you very much, and thank you for the pre-stage chat as well.
Yeah, and we've got one of them coming up here shortly, so you'll be able to listen to them and have your own opinions. Feel free to participate in chat. Better Call Bo is up next.
Hello, I've been waiting here for 2 hours.
Hello, Better Call Bo. Is that picture a reference to the Better Call Saul show? I just have to ask.
No,
that's from Blue Oyster Cult. That's the Blue Oyster Cult.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what have you got for us today?
Listen, I'm just trying to, ancients and how there's depiction of gods and how they always worship some type of god. And what I believe is that the god was the same god, but it's just worshipped differently. Like, the Christianity god is, similar to the Muslim god, but the Muslims worship him differently than the Christians do. And so I'm going to take us way back and try to prove to you, while I am on 2 hours of sleep and 3 mugs of coffee down, on why you guys should actually. I know you guys won't be convinced that there is a god.
What's the argument?
Okay, so stop right there.
You cannot convince an atheist. Listen.
No,
Don't
Better Call Bo.
Stop crying.
Hey, you're going to make these assumptions about us. That's not appropriate here. We are asking people to convince us, and so the title says it all. We are open to this. To say that we're not is to say that we are misrepresenting ourselves here, and we're not going to put up with that. So go ahead and put your argument forward.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Just go ahead and put your argument forward. That's fine.
All right. So back a long time ago. I'm going back before Jesus was ever born. The Chinese, before it was actually China, there was all these dynasties and they believed in gods. Same with the Egyptians. They had multiple gods that helped them with fertility and land growth. So there has been gods before whatever God we want to represent here, but what I'm trying to say is that religion has been a part of this world for how many centuries already, and I think if people believe in this, there must have been something way back that convinced them, or something that may have happened to show them, hey, this is a god of some sorts, and these are the people that created your.
Okay, Bo,
And
can I ask you 2 questions in response to what you're
Of
positing
course.
here? Just 2 really quick questions. One, if people
Yes.
if people conceptualize something and they worship it, does that entail that what they're worshiping exists in reality?
Oh, we never know. We never know if
No.
it
Does it
could or
entail?
could not.
It's yes or no. Does it entail that it exists in reality?
It all depends on their faith. If they think it's based in reality, go right
No,
ahead.
Bo, does it entail that it exists in reality?
Could it not exist?
Hold on.
Could it not exist?
I shouldn't be doing this when I have 2 hours of fucking sleep.
That's great.
Hey, can I be taken down from the stage? I have like 2 hours of sleep. I can't explain this.
Yeah, we can bring you back. We can bring you back in 2 weeks.
Thank you for coming up.
That was interesting. I hope he comes back next fortnight.
So let's grant him that humans have had religion for 1 million years. Let's say 50 million years. Humans haven't even been alive that long. Let's grant him that much religion. 4 billion years of no religion on this planet. 4 billion.
Yeah. That was going to be my next question. Is it just the fact that humans because we see the phenomena of humans coming up with gods to explain phenomena that they don't understand in the world, does that entail? So it's like, just because we worship things, concepts, doesn't mean those concepts actually exist, and just because humanity as a whole comes up with the easiest explanation for things, and sometimes those things are gods, and that's kind of like all of humanity has done that, does that entail that it got it? And the answer to both those questions is no. So it's not it's not a justification. So
we've got Kyle coming up next.
Cool.
He wanted to present an argument about this one was interesting. Yeah, I'll let him do it.
Hello, Kyle. What have you got for us today?
So I can't barely hear you guys, so I'm gonna try and have to figure out how to get my microphone up now.
You've had 2 hours to figure that one out.
No, sorry about that.
Do you have something?
It just suddenly stopped out of nowhere. I don't know what happened.
Okay, well, we can hear you. Do you have something that will convince us that a goddess or a god exists?
Yeah. So I'm gonna put my head up to the microphone. I believe that there's this man named Eben Alexander. Well, he is a man, but he basically believes that God exists because he had personal experience with this God, and he basically had this near-death experience where he had like E. coli meningitis that was spontaneous. There was no way that he was able to have an experience with anything because he was in like a very deep state coma.
So that's false.
And he had this experience with God. Basically, he was like this speck of thing on a butterfly wing. It was kind of weird, kind of cool though.
So Kyle, so that's an anecdote. A person's personal experience is anecdotal because they're relating what they felt or they're relating what they have perceived. So that's anecdote. So obviously not evidence.
Well, I think his argument there is the fact that he had experience when his brain was in a state that it should be like impossible to have experience, and so he's presenting like objective evidence there, sort of. But the problem is that in those states, it's not impossible to have experiences. When you have a near-death experience, and you suddenly lose consciousness. Your brain is essentially like a bunch of water pipes. And if the pipes are left open such that your experiences are being saved to conscious memory, and you lose consciousness and the pipes are still in that same configuration, any sensations or degradation that happens to your brain chemistry will be saved as a conscious experience. And so when you wake up, you'll have memories that you think or that you thought were conscious experiences, but really they weren't. Really, they were things that were just culminations of your brain chemistry changing that were saved as conscious experiences. That's what a near-death experience is. It's something that was happened in your brain while you were not conscious, because there was no conscious experience, but it was saved in your brain as a conscious experience because that's the brain chemistry was just open the pathways in that way. So that's all it was. That's all near-death experiences are. I'm very familiar with Eben Alexander. He's a very prolific neuroscientist who works in this field. His stories are well documented. All of this is fully explained by natural phenomenon. NDEs are in no way considered reliable sources of evidence that your brain can be conscious outside of a physical state. It's just not evidence.
Okay. I'm just thinking like, see, we have levels of consciousness that are more than just our senses. I'm just kind of curious as to like where that, like, our understanding of ourselves goes when we die. Like, do we just
the dirt
become nothing, or
dirt?
Yeah.
You go to the same place you did before you were born.
You didn't exist for 4 billion years before you were born, and after you die, you will cease to exist.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I really thought I was more prepared than I really was. I think I'm gonna kind of just.
Well, let me just say, Kyle, that thank you, first of all, for just being open and honest with your answers. But I also don't want it to lead to like a certain type of nihilism, because yeah, we could still find lots of value and meaning, and it's why it's about the journey, and I guess not the destination.
Right. And Kyle, if you'd like to join us again next fortnight, you feel free to make some notes and put some things together, maybe a point form list of things that you think would be helpful, and present them. We'd be happy to hear from you again.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
See you later.
Thank you for coming up.
I liked the Ben Shapiro, the comical Ben Shapiro image.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
We've got P-Town up next with the same image as that other guy. Maybe not.
Oh, there's P-Town. Oh, that's a different person with the same avatar, that nice one. Okay.
Hey Taco, I gotta ask you: is your PFP is that like a fuzzy image of the Michigan dog man?
It was a cryptid. I was just Googling cryptid pictures, and it's supposed to be like a werewolf or something.
I think it's like the Michigan dog man. Okay, cool.
Hello, P-Town. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hey, atheists. How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
What a good start.
Yes, yes, we got you. What do you got for us?
Well, hey, Amy.
How are you?
I'm doing good. So I bring this up quite a bit, and I still kind of want a valid answer, but when I was an atheist, I failed to see the simple proof. What I see as a simple proof in the solar eclipse. And I was wondering, what you guys think about that.
What's the proof?
So the solar eclipse, how is that relevant to proving God?
So if I remember, you were talking. You wanted to know why the moon is able to make such a beautiful, perfect eclipse. It matches up with the sun, and I said it just seems to be a coincidence. You appreciated the honesty, but you still think that seems to point in a direction of a god.
Well, I appreciate your honesty, Amy, in saying it's a coincidence. I'm curious if everyone else here on this feed thinks that's a coincidence too.
Well, I wouldn't really say it's a coincidence, because understanding the formation of the moon and our prevailing hypothesis for moon formation, which is we understand pretty well, and the fact that in the future there will be a point that solar eclipses are impossible, because as the moon progresses in its orbital trajectory and we progress in ours, eventually there'll be a point where what we experience in solar eclipses now will not occur anymore, just by orbital mechanics alone. So what we understand about the process, this just happens to be a point in time where we can observe the moon at the position where it's at. But we also know that distance is changing. So the moon is getting
I understand that,
yeah,
but
the moon's
your
getting
position
further away. So
your position is very similar to Amy's in the sense that there is a coincidence that we happen to be here at that point in time.
No.
Correct.
No. So it's like
Okay.
the solar eclipse only happens from a specific point on the planet, and if you're up at the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, it doesn't happen. So it's like if you hold a marble up to a sun flashlight or something, if you're so small that you're standing in the shadow that the marble creates, then it's going to look like a total eclipse to you. So if your entire body is in the shadow left by the marble, it will look like a total eclipse to you. But if you're anywhere else, it will not look like a total eclipse to you. So like
TJump, you're using the path of totality essentially, says it's not coincidental. It just depends upon where your position on the planet.
Well, so any object that is blocking light from another object is going to create a shadow, and if it creates a hard shadow in one location, if your entire body exists in that shadow, it will look like a total eclipse. But if it's outside of that tiny little spot, it won't look like a total eclipse. So it's not like the moon needs to be in one perfect position for this to happen. It'll happen in pretty much any position as long as you're small enough and you're inside the cone of the shadow it creates. It's not magic.
Well, forgive me, but I think it's pretty phenomenal that the sun and the moon appear the same size from our perspective. I think that's tremendously amazing.
No, have you ever seen the sun through a welder's
From
mask? It looks like a dot.
No,
like the moon looks like about the size of a quarter in the sky.
So yes,
when they align, they almost perfectly eclipse.
No, they don't. The sun, the Earth, the moon is bigger from our perspective than the sun is. If you look at the sun through a welder's mask, where you can actually see the borders of the sun in the sky, I'm not kidding you. It looks like.
Yeah, what you're talking about is the luminosity of the sun. The luminosity of the sun makes it appear bigger, and so the moon when the moon moves in front of the sun is blocking out the vast majority of the luminosity. But the actual sun in itself, like Xerxes is saying, when you actually look at it with filters on, you can see that it actually in the sky appears as a very small circle.
Yeah, back in 2017, when the eclipse went over the North America, like all the way across the United States, everybody was like freaking out and they wanted to go look at the eclipse. And I lived in Missouri in the Midwest, where the eclipse was like, you could get the best view of it in the Midwest. And there was a bunch of people. We all had these little glasses on. You look up at the sun in those glasses before the eclipse, and it's not much bigger than just the normal stars in the sky at the nighttime. It's very tiny.
So yeah, it's literally the kind of like the luminosity is what it is. It's kind of blocking out the sun so that the majority of that light doesn't get to us. But that's because of the distances between the 93 million miles between us and the sun, and the 380,000 or the 300,000 miles between us and the moon.
255.
But what is it again? Sorry.
255.
Yeah. The other thing is that the moon is. Yeah. The other thing is that the moon is not going to blind you if you look directly at it, right? So you can get a better depth perception of the moon. You can never look directly at the sun. You can't even partially look at the sun, or it'll blind you. Like your body wants to close your eyes because it's too bright.
So yeah, but here's what's really interesting, Pete Town. In I think the estimation what I said was like 1.3 million years. Say human beings are still on the planet, right? That we still live here in like 1.3 or 1.4 million years, if I remember the math correctly. Then it won't be possible to see this anymore because of simply what the moon is doing.
Because the sun's moving away an inch a year.
No, because the moon is moving away.
Oh, sorry, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So because of that, eventually we won't even have solar eclipses. So that's a brief period in time, cosmologically speaking, that this can actually occur.
Right. And I guess what I'm really fascinated with is that we're talking about something that's not relevant to what my point is. I mean, I think we're talking about how it's not going to happen in the future, rather than what we observe today, something that God made for us to clearly see, something amazing and beautiful, like a key that fits into a door. Like this,
but
this
you
is
see the link
obviously
there.
something God made.
No, but you see
Yeah,
the
it
link.
also
the
gives us
moon.
cancer, bro. Like, I mean,
No, an eclipse, guys. Like, let's
We
get on this
addressed that.
point.
We addressed that. It's
They-
not.
Mhm.
It is not perfectly aligned. The moon is bigger by a decent margin. It's not perfectly aligned. It will be perfectly aligned.
Eclipses were
can I object
times
that?
of great panic. But like my guy, historically speaking, when you look at like the way that religions thought of eclipses, they thought that God was punishing them for something, right? These were instances that enticed child sacrifice. They were never really seen as like a good
Well, let's stay
instance
on-
of God being happy with you. They were seen as a punishment because he's taking the light away.
Well, let's
This
stay on
isn't something we
topic here.
think of it as majestic because we have like modern science to understand the fact that this is just like a natural occurrence and it's not going to hurt us, but they didn't, right? So if you think that God orchestrated eclipses for the purposes of us enjoying the majesty of celestial events, well, I mean, either God's a buffoon and didn't think that through very far, or it wasn't. That's not the reason why eclipses happen.
Well, he did that so we're without excuse, and we're supposed to know that there's a creator. But let me.
But P-Town, how's it? You just that's begging the question.
I don't know
So
what
you're
begging the
predicating all this
question
on
is.
you're
but-
predicating. You're assuming that the God exists in order to do this. You haven't demonstrated that the God exists. So you're
Well, let me-
assuming it exists in order to do this, which means you're begging the question. So you're predicating all this on a logical fallacy.
Basically, your conclusion has to be true in order for one of your premises to be true.
Okay, can we cover one thing real quick regarding the size of the moon in relation to us, the size of the moon and the sun? When it comes to solar eclipses, there's two types. When the moon is further away, it eclipses the sun fully, so we see a corona, right? Or we see kind of a ring. And then when it's closer to us and it's eclipsing the sun, then we see the corona. So it's almost perfectly the same. And I think you would agree that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon, at least the circumference of it.
Well,
and it's 400
so the
times
very first thing I
further
said
away.
was if you
Right.
look at the shadow, there's the umbra and the penumbra. That's the different kinds of shadows the moon creates when it creates an eclipse. It does not cover the entire planet. It does not happen. There are parts of it that is not hit. So if you go to the high,
And this is where you're not getting it though, because it's not for the Earth. It's for your eyeball.
no,
It's for your brain.
your
for you to
eyeball.
see.
No, stop.
For you to see it.
Stop
That's what
talking.
God did.
Not
Oh my God.
everyone on Earth will see a perfect eclipse, which means the moon is not perfectly aligned to block the sun. It fails to do that. If God, God could have made it.
because their brains aren't aligned. At that
Oh my
time.
God! Remember, the 2017 eclipse could only be seen from North America. If you were in England, you would not see the eclipse.
What is your point? That's irrelevant. I saw the eclipse. I was there. My brain was aligned with the moon and sun.
I'm going this. It's my turn. My turn. So if your argument was correct that God aligned the moon perfectly with the sun to create a perfect eclipse, he could have done it so it would eclipse the entire planet. For everyone on the planet would see the eclipse. That is false, which means the moon is a little bit too close to Earth to be a perfect eclipse. It is failed. That means if God tried to make a perfect eclipse, he messed up. He did a dum-dum and it didn't work. So you could have made it a perfect eclipse. You put it a little bit further away or a little bit closer to make a perfect shadow on the entire Earth. It doesn't do that. It makes a shadow on
And
a
this is
part of
what's
the
so
Earth.
fascinating, if I'm allowed to talk for a second, is that this alignment, the sun, the moon, it's not the alignment between the sun and the moon and Earth for everyone to see. It's an alignment between the sun, the moon, and you to be able to see. Your eyeball.
Then why did eclipses take place before humans ever walked the Earth?
Wait.
That is a
what do you mean
fallacy.
me?
See,
What do you mean?
You want to?
Wait,
No,
what
it's
do you mean?
not. No, it's not.
I'm
We
still
can
going.
literally-
I'm still going here. I'm still going here. So
I can explain if you want.
How is
me
that a
to.
fallacy?
Wait, stop. I'm not done yet. So you keep mentioning me. Why do I matter? What matters is everyone on Earth. The fact that some people on Earth see an eclipse is irrelevant. like some people on Earth, the moon is lined up to block the sun, but not for everyone on Earth. So why? I don't know why you.
Can I explain? I can answer your question if I can.
Go for it.
If it's okay. If God had made it the way that you're describing it, which you're claiming would be better evidence for him, then we couldn't observe solar eclipses the way that we do now. He wouldn't, because we wouldn't be able to see it. If it encompassed the whole Earth, so everyone could see it, they wouldn't be able to see the corona, and they wouldn't be able to see the ring.
Yes, they would. They would still be able to see that.
Well,
you know, maybe you're right, but you'd have to prove that.
P-Town, geometrically speaking, we live on a sphere, so there would be no way for the moon, which orbits the Earth, and the sun, which does not orbit the Earth, to perfectly align regardless. God would have had to create us as a flat disk with a dome on top for that observation to be possible. But of course, all our other observations about the sun and the light that it shines on our planet and where at certain points you can be and see the same angle of the sun indicates to us without a doubt that we are not on a flat disk. At the very least, that the sun isn't orbiting us. I mean, most of our observations would be impossible if that was the case.
So this
what,
is my...
what you're arguing for is like a really weird rhetorical teleos, right? You think that there's some purpose behind this, that it was meant for us to enjoy. As I already stated, the overwhelming majority of people throughout history were filled with panic and terror when eclipses happened. The only reason why we like them and think that they're cool now is because we know why they happen and we know we're not all about to die. When people saw them 1,000 years ago, they thought the world was ending.
I mean, heck,
you keep trying to go off to a philosophical argument. I'm trying to define a fact here that eclipses exist, and you guys deny that.
No, P-Town.
What?
Pretty much.
We're not denying
pretty much.
P-Town. Then
Amy,
why did eclipses
you
occur?
chime
then why
in.
did why do eclipses occur? Why did eclipses occur like millions of years before humans ever walked the Earth? And why do eclipses occur on planets with no life on them?
They don't eclipse on other planets like
there
we do here. And I'm a young Earth creationist. I don't believe in people millions of years ago.
If you were standing on Mars, P-Town, if you were standing on Mars, you could witness an eclipse. But there is no humans on Mars. Why are eclipses visible from Mars when there are no humans on them?
Okay, so TJump
TJump
just shared an image with me, and so I posted it in Heathen Hangout and pinged all of you.
So yeah, P-Town, could you look at the image in the general?
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that for my phone, and I'm out. Yeah. What is it of?
It's a picture of how the eclipse works, and where there's a total eclipse and where there's a partial eclipse. And
I will text it or message it to you.
Okay. We're going back.
So check your messages.
And of course, lunar eclipses as well, which is the converse, was when we block the light to the moon. So
why are we talking about lunar eclipses now?
We're not. This is it's a picture of a solar eclipse.
It's the other side.
Yeah, I'm scrolling down into the chat here. I think. Can you still hear me while I back out like this?
Yes, we can still hear you.
Because there is a solar eclipse when the moon is between us and the sun, and then there's a lunar eclipse when we are between the sun and the moon.
The lunar eclipse is just irrelevant to his argument. That's why he isn't.
Oh, okay. But I still would like an answer to the question.
But can I answer your question regarding
Then why did eclipses take place before humans ever walked the Earth? And we understand, we know that these occurred because we can track backwards with understanding orbits. We can track back and say there was an eclipse here, there was an eclipse here, there was an eclipse here, and here were the path of totalities. There were eclipses when there were dinosaurs on the Earth. Okay.
Can I answer two of them real quick without being interrupted?
Well, also there's that one, and why do eclipses occur and are visible from Mars and other planets?
I'll
with
answer
moons,
both if I can talk.
And other planets with moons when there's no humans on them.
I can answer both if I can talk. Okay. So regarding the millions of years thing, because the moon's moving a little bit away each year, and when you extrapolate that backwards, millions of years ago they didn't exist. Well, again, I believe in the Bible, so it's irrelevant to me that millions of years ago, God made that. To answer your, okay,
you're fucking wrong.
Okay, but that's a different conversation. Okay, we're going off.
No, it's not a different conversation.
Let me answer the next one, and then you guys can bash on me.
Eclipses in some way indicative of God.
Sure.
It's
Tell
not.
me why eclipses are visible on other planets when there are no humans on those planets.
What I'm saying is they are the other, like, put yourself on Mars, for example, and
Okay.
in an eclipse, okay? That eclipse, in this, assuming that you're able to do that, okay, that eclipse is nothing like the one that we experience between our sun and the moon and us here on Earth. If you go to Mars, it's nothing like that.
Incorrect. Total solar eclipses are visible on Mars.
It's
We've
not
seen
a
them on the
total.
rovers.
It's not just the total solar eclipse. It's the fact that it's perfect.
Look, I sent you a picture. Wait. I sent you P-Town. I sent you a picture. Could you look at the picture and tell me what about that is a perfect solar eclipse?
What the hell does perfect even mean? Why don't we get him to define that word? He looks like he's just throwing it around.
I have
Perfect
no idea
means whatever he thinks looks pretty.
Because what we observe is not what is detailed out by degrees. Like you said, if you filter everything and you filter the light down, they're so far from perfect.
Do you see the picture, P-Town?
I'm looking at it for it in the. Do I go to announce? I don't know where to go for messages. Someone messaged me on here.
Yeah, I sent you a message. If you go to like the 3 lines thing, usually in the upper left.
Perfection is inherently a subjective evaluation, so I don't even know how we would begin to describe a natural process as perfect. At best, we could just be saying that it does what it does.
He's talking about the relationship between the size of the moon and the shadow it creates, and he thinks it's a perfect relationship. But
but what does that even mean, though?
Will you agree that the sun sun?
Please find the picture.
Times...
Find the picture, please. Stop
I can't.
going on.
I don't know where the 3 little
just
dots.
DM it to him. Just send it to his direct message.
I literally did that. That's exactly what I did.
I don't see 3 little dots on my screen. So if I go to, do I go to settings? Nope. Sorry, I'm brand new to this.
Top right corner of your phone or top left.
It doesn't
corner
have
of
it.
your phone.
It doesn't have it.
There
swipe to the right. Push your thumb to the right, and it'll bring over this little sidebar at the very top left corner. You're going to see a little 1 emblem, and you're going to see your direct messages from TJump.
Okay, new mentions. No. Okay, I found the 3 little dots, and then I go to my message thing, and there's nothing there. Oh, here we go. Message requests.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Check it out or got it. Got it. Okay. Who am I? Which one am I opening?
TJump. Do you see a TJump on there?
TJump. Look for TJump.
Yeah, the total solar eclipse part is small because it's made for our eyes.
Bro.
Not for the Earth and not for everyone on the Earth at that moment in time.
Hold
it's made for us to be able to see it.
Oh, okay. We gotta just give warning to everyone in the audience. Do not look at a solar eclipse with your naked eyes.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Made for your eyes, except you cannot look at it without going blind if you don't have protective coverings over your eyes, which we've only invented recently.
You can look at it when you can look at it when it's a total solar eclipse, though, guys.
No, you absolutely cannot.
No, you cannot.
To the
you
audience,
can take off your glasses.
Do not look directly at
wait, look at the picture. Back to the picture.
Don't do it,
Stop. Back to the picture.
Don't do it, audience.
Tell me about the picture.
My point is valid.
Oh my God.
Go to the picture.
And people wonder why we think that religious people need to be corrected on what they believe. Why do you care? Because of this shit. You're actively encouraging people to look at a solar eclipse with their naked eyeballs.
Picture. Tell me about the picture. Do you see the picture? Do you see there's a little tiny...
False.
Do you see there's a little tiny dot on the planet where there's a total eclipse, and the people in that little tiny dot are the only ones who can look at the moon, and it blocks out the holy center. The little tiny dot right in the center. Do you see that?
I agree with you. That's because it's made for your eye, for your brain to be able to see that God made that.
Stop. The eyes of only the people in that tiny little dot see this. Nobody else sees this. Everybody else on the planet does not see this. So it has
but
to be
everyone on the planet can now with YouTube and pictures and the knowledge of it.
So no matter where you move the moon, anywhere in that big
I don't
yellow
believe this
bar,
is a serious argument.
It's going to make a little tiny black dot somewhere on the planet.
There's no way this guy isn't trolling us. He literally just said that it's perfectly fine to look at a solar eclipse with your naked eyes. There's no fucking way in hell this guy is not trolling us.
It doesn't matter to the argument. I don't care if he's wrong about that. Who cares? Anywhere you move
he also
the moon,
said he's a young earther, so
I do know he's
I
not
guarantee
trolling.
you, like young earthers are not going to advocate looking at a
I
naked,
don't
like a
care. I
solar
don't
eclipse.
care.
with
Let's
naked
stay on
eyeballs.
topic. Can we please
that's
stay
why
on
he
topic?
No, not
disregarded
like
the dinosaur
your
argument.
visual ones.
My original point, guys, was that I'm fascinated with how you guys don't see this.
Wait.
That-
So where would you put the moon to not have somebody on the planet see a total eclipse? Because anywhere you put it in that line is going to create this. Anywhere somebody is going to get blocked and have a total solar eclipse, no matter where you put the moon. So how is this designed? Where could you possibly put it to not have that?
I'm not entirely following you, but if I can answer it with an example, when it comes to Einstein and his general theory of relativity, he uses an
My
eclipse,
question is
right?
where
Sure.
could you place the moon on this picture to make a not total eclipse? So like anywhere you place this moon, it's going to block the sun for somebody on the earth. Somebody on the earth is going to look at the moon.
No, the moon could be smaller and denser. It would still impact,
And it's still going to block
similarly
the
impact
light.
the Earth.
It's
But
still going to block the light, and somebody's
it
still going to
wouldn't
see
be
a
a
total
total.
eclipse. Yes, it
It
would.
wouldn't be a total solar eclipse.
So for it to be
No,
to stop a total
because-
solar eclipse, it would have to be so much smaller that literally no human eyes, no human being would be smaller than the size of the tiny little black dot of the total eclipse. That's it. That's what would be required to prevent 100% of all total eclipses. The shadow created by the moon would have to be smaller than a human eye. That's what you'd have to accomplish. So as long as the shadow is bigger than a human head, you're gonna see a total eclipse. Somebody on the planet is gonna see a total eclipse. Right now, the size of that shadow is thousands of miles. That tiny little black dot is thousands of miles big. And in order to make it stop creating a total eclipse, it has to be less than like 6 inches.
Okay, how about this? Imagine you're looking at a solar eclipse now, okay? And now imagine the moon being smaller.
Yes.
It wouldn't block it anymore.
It still would block it.
Oh my goodness.
So-
It wouldn't
so-
block it.
It wouldn't block it over as wide of a range, but it would still
right.
block it.
The sunlight would come through.
Hey, ding
around
dong,
the
I
edges.
can hold my thumb up to the sun and blot it out.
Right.
We don't even have to go to
What are
Mars.
you
We
even
can just go
talking
to
about?
why are eclipses
I called you
visible
ding
on the
dong.
moon? Then why are eclipses visible on the moon when there's no humans on the moon?
There's a tree in my backyard, and I can stand under it, and it shades me from the light of the sun. And I can peer through the leaves and the branches and not get direct contact on my eyes with the sun, and it creates a big ass shadow in my yard, so I can get out of the heat of the day when I'm working outside. Like,
Let's
what is your
forget about
point?
this. Okay, how about can we agree that the circumference of the sun from our perspective is 400 times larger than the circumference of the moon from our perspective?
We do not see the circumference of the sun. We see the light
guys
that the sun is shining onto the planet. You can only see the circumference of the sun from our perspective if you're wearing something like a welder's mask or very tinted sunglasses, at which point it's about the size of the stars in the night sky. It's very, very tiny. I've done it. I've looked at the sun directly with a welder's mask on. It is infinitesimally smaller than the moon.
Okay, so far your guys' arguments are that it's not.
P-Town, I pointed out before, the mistake you're making is you're confusing the luminosity of the sun with the circumference of the sun. We observe the luminosity of the sun with no filters. When you filter it out and you block out all that luminosity so that you're not blinded, the sun appears very, very, very small. So you're confusing, you're conflating the luminosity with the actual size.
Oh my goodness, I don't think it's relevant to my point.
It is relevant. It is relevant because the phenomena you're describing relies upon the luminosity of the sun, not the size of the sun.
You're just trying to confuse people. That's not my point.
I'm not confusing anyone. That's why we see
If I
these
can
eclipses
talk.
the way they do is because of the luminosity of the sun, not
Sure.
because
How
of the
about I
size of the
disagree
sun.
with you? It still doesn't change my point. So far, your guys' arguments are that it's not special because I can use my thumb, or you can see eclipses somewhere else. But at the same time, you're saying it is special because right now, and this time in history, is when we can see it. Because if you go back or if you go forwards in time, it's not going to exist. So
This
which
dude is
are you going
trolling
to
us.
hold?
This guy is
I think
obviously
he's
trolling us.
Yeah.
Right.
And you still haven't addressed. If eclipses were specifically designed for humans to observe, then why do eclipses occur on the moon, which is necessary for an eclipse? Why do they occur on the moon when the Earth is between the sun and the moon, and yet there's no humans there to observe it?
it wouldn't
You
be
acknowledge the
observing it the
moon
same
exists.
way.
You acknowledge the moon
There's something
exists, but there's
beautiful
nobody
about
there.
a solar eclipse, and it's amazing, and it's pretty, and
That's
this is what I said.
confirmation.
Back
You
when
guys
I was
ready
an
to move
atheist,
on?
I never
Also, the
thought.
sun gives us
let's move
cancer.
on.
All right.
This
Like,
is
We're gonna go
literal
ahead and move on.
confirmation
Thank you for
bias.
coming up.
Literal confirmation bias.
Yeah. So look,
we've
the
got-
Umbra is 100 miles approximately. There's a 100-mile radius of where people can see a total solar eclipse, and if it moves closer or further away, you can increase or decrease that number, and somebody's going to see a total solar eclipse as long as it's greater than 1 foot. Somebody's going to be able to see it. Stupid argument.
And if I remember correctly, there's going to be another one over North America in 2024, 25, or 27. There's one coming up soon here over North America. And so.
Well, I sincerely hope that the troll that was just up here doesn't actually take his own advice and look at it with his naked eyes.
Yeah, don't look at a total solar eclipse.
But if he does, I'd like him to come back on here and explain to us how that worked out for him.
Do the Donald Trump.
Well, he may not be able to.
Yeah,
Trump. He may not be able to see the keyboard.
So we've got Aaron, yes, and Q up next. Maybe not.
Turn around, bright eyes.
All right, Randolph, you wanted to read this next one.
I think I know who's coming.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Okay, bring him up on the stage.
It's Hugh.
Welcome.
Jazz.
Yeah, welcome. All right, welcome, Hugh. Jazz, it's great to have you on with us. What have you got for us today?
Hello.
Hello, I like your name. Carry on. What have you got for us today?
Well, I mean, I'm an atheist, so I don't know if this is going to be interesting. But I watched a couple of videos of TJump, and he says he believes in objective morality. That is very interesting to me. But again, I don't want to like derail the conversation or anything.
What point did you want to make, or did you have a question about something that TJump was presenting?
His theory just doesn't make sense to me. Like, how do you conclude? Because if I get this wrong, please correct me. But you say that because of some evidence or some observation you have made about moral development in humans, you can assess objective morality from that. I just don't see how that follows.
If there is
Maybe
an
I have it
objective
wrong.
morality and it affects people, then we should see some kind of pattern in the way it's affecting people. We do see a pattern in the way it's affecting people. Therefore, there's objective morality.
So you think that
What does this have to do with
so
God?
it's really not about any one person's desire standard for actions that you consider immoral.
No, it's literally wasn't in any of the things I said there.
No, I'm just trying to understand what you mean by objective morality. Then, so
If there is an objective morality, a stance-independent force in the universe, and it affects people, the things that feel morality, people, then we should see a pattern in the way it affects people. We do see a pattern in the way it affects people. Therefore, there's objective morality.
what's the pattern?
Moral intuition, moral progress, the philosophical dilemmas. Moral progress is the main one.
Moral progress.
It's a
How do you
technical
measure that?
term in philosophy. You can Google it.
Okay. So you're collecting data based on metrics that you use, that you get from intuition, right?
No, if you want to, this is a standard thing in philosophy. You can Google it. Google what moral progress is.
No, okay, that's fine. But the other thing you said about moral intuition.
Yeah.
So if you're deriving your observations from moral intuition,
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But I just don't see how that's different from a preference,
Your personal experience, whether it's direct experience through sight or direct experience through intuition, is still your personal experience, and you still get evidence from that. Either way, it makes no difference.
Of course, but there's a difference between experience and intuition, right?
No, those are both experiences. What matters is can you use that to make predictions? But again, this has nothing to do with a God. Can we move on to a God topic now?
Yeah. I knew this was going to be not that important because I'm an atheist.
Most academic philosophers are moral realists, and most academic philosophers are atheists. So most professional philosophers believe in moral realism. So go just Google moral realism, moral naturalism, learn the academic philosophy.
There's a distinction between what we define morality as and which phenomenon objectively fit that criterion and don't, versus what we ought and ought not do.
Right. But
everybody is going to derive what they ought and ought not do from the conditions they prefer to actualize. It just happens to be the case that because we're all human beings, we all experience stimuli kind of the same way, and we all generally desire a higher quality of life than a lower quality of life. And so we observe that we should behave in a way that's conducive to a higher quality of life, not doing things like murder, raping, and stealing. But morality works on a spectrum.
He's talking about
from the
objective
outside
morality.
in. It's easy to identify what is obviously immoral and obviously moral from the extremes of the spectrum. But the closer you get into the center, that's where disagreements come into play. It's the same thing with like health. Like nobody would deny that there's an objective reference to what is healthy and what is not healthy for the human body. Like it's objectively the case that it is not healthy for anybody to consume battery acid. But some people have different metabolisms allowing them to digest or eat certain foods. For instance, it's not unhealthy for me to consume dairy products in adulthood because I'm not lactose intolerant. It would be unhealthy for a person who's lactose intolerant to do that. So the closer you get into the spectrum, what is and isn't healthy, you get into that gray area. It's going to vary from person to person. But you go to the outside extremes, and it's not going to vary from person to person. Exercise is objectively healthy for everybody. Drinking battery acid is objectively unhealthy for everybody.
Right. So you think that that's analogous to morality?
Yeah. It's objectively immoral to murder people. This is a behavior which is objectively, I don't have to agree or believe that it is deleterious to the promotion of a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society for it to actually be deleterious to the promotion of a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society.
I'm talking about the earlier part. You were talking about how it varies from person to person. People have different metabolisms, right? And that's valid, you know.
Right, and people are going to have different values in reality, and they're going to favor certain values over others. I favor free speech over people being comfortable in certain environments. Like, I believe that it's more imperative to defend people's right to say things, even if they upset you or you disagree with them.
That's a great example because I probably disagree with you.
A comfortable environment for people. Other people think it's more imperative to create a comfortable environment for people than it is to protect people's freedom of speech. And so we're going to argue and fight over that.
So
right, those things are going to be subjective. Those values are going to be subjective. But
so is that analogous
outside
to morality?
extremes are not going to be.
Yeah, I understand. So, but I'm talking about the gray area part that you were talking about earlier. So, is this part also an analogous to morality?
Yeah, it would be.
Okay, so you don't believe that there's a universal standard, right?
Well, a universal standard and moral realism aren't the same thing. These are entirely different words.
No, we were talking about objective morality. TJump has a model for objective morality.
Yeah, all that means is that there is a normative standard that we can appeal to, independent of human opinion or stance, that informs the way that we ought not behave in reality. I don't agree with that. I agree that if you establish a normative standard of morality, which phenomenon fit that criterion and which don't is going to be a matter of objectivity. If I define morality as that which promotes human well-being, health, or happiness, or diminishes unnecessary suffering or harm, well, according to that definition, murder is objectively immoral at that point.
Okay, that's fair. So, I mean, I think I agree with you more than TJump, which I think you disagree with.
Well, I mean, I have my nitpicks with moral realism when it comes to like oughts and duties. But that's a question of deontology, not ontology.
Well, that's all I had.
Fair enough.
Cool. Thank you, Hugh.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. It was a good conversation.
It was a good conversation.
We've got I'm hearing an echo here.
This is a good conversation.
Who's next?
Golio talk.
Oh, and congrats, Xerxes, on getting so close, man. I saw your message. I probably just didn't reply, but
Oh no, you're fine, man.
Jolio Talk, welcome. I hope we're saying your name properly.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. What have you got for us today?
Well, I do have a case for Christianity, but I think I would need some time to lay it out, right?
Go for it.
I don't know if.
Do you think you could do in
This is
2
the
minutes?
platform.
Do you think 2 minutes could give us a quick overview?
I don't think so. I think I would need like 5 minutes.
well, how about that? How about this? So, Golia Talk, you're a Christian?
Yeah,
Okay, and are you any particular denomination or?
I'm a Catholic.
Okay, Catholic. Okay, great. So, what is the argument for the existence of your God?
Well, the best evidence is to explain what Christianity is and to point to Christ, right? And that's what I would do. Or if you want like philosophical, I can refute Randolph's argument.
Well,
quickly.
You'd have to.
If you want something quick.
You'd have to demonstrate the truth of Christianity. In other words, a thing. People can believe a thing or believe a concept, but it doesn't necessarily entail. It doesn't entail that concept actually exists in reality. So it wouldn't be about proving Christ. It wouldn't be about. You'd have to prove that God exists to say that Christianity, or specifically, you'd have to prove that the Christian idea of the Abrahamic God is the one that exists.
You want to be convinced. If you want to be convinced, then I think that the
so
very
how do
nature
you-
of the narrative
No,
is
so what is the evidence?
powerful
So what is the
enough.
evidence or the argumentation for the existence of the God that Christianity is predicated on?
Well, he said Jesus. So what about Jesus is evidence of God?
Right. Okay, that's good.
Well, that's one point. I would start actually with Christianity and what is the point of it all. But I can go to Christ, right? I can point to my faith that my faith is like foretold by many predictions. It has been based upon a number of miracles. It was nourished by hope. It was increased by charity, strengthened by antiquity, confirmed by the succession of bishops.
Yeah, Golio. So can I ask you something regarding your faith
Well,
position?
wait.
Well, no. Because you brought up something very important, and what you touched on was important is your faith position. Can I ask you something about your faith for clarification?
Sure.
Okay, so regarding faith as a mechanism for determining what is true about reality, just real quick questions. It's just really easy yes or no questions. Can faith be misplaced in things?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, can faith be misplaced in things without you realizing it's been misplaced?
Without me realizing,
like you don't realize that you you realize later on. Okay, great. Okay, can faith be manipulated by external sources like other people?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, can faith be manipulated by external sources like other people without you realizing it?
Sure, yeah.
Sure, like it's how we get cults and stuff like that, like Jim Jones and stuff like that. Okay, great. So is faith seeing how people can move denominations? People can be, go from Catholic to like Protestant, or people can go from in between different denominations. Seeing this, and these are all and the denomination you're in is predicated on your faith. Would we say that faith is predominantly emotions based? It depends on how you feel and how that denomination represents the God or the faith itself. So,
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I think I'm a rational creature, right? I can.
Well, it's true.
I can.
That's true, but if all of a sudden Catholicism took a stance,
give me a sentence, bro. Give me just one
sentence. But but if Catholicism took a stance all of a sudden that you did not agree with, and say no, that doesn't represent what I believe, would you not then be justified?
That's impossible because I'm 100% certain that Jesus left his authority, right?
That's irrelevant. No, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. If all of a sudden, can people change denominations?
Yes.
Okay. So, and they do that based upon the representation of the belief. They say this faith, this denomination no longer represents what I believe, so therefore I change to a denomination that represents what I believe. So, given that
there's many reasons, right?
Yes, but Golio,
because
given that faith, Golio, stop. Given that faith that we've determined by your answers, given that faith is predicated on how people feel, given that it can be manipulated by external sources without your knowledge, given that you can misplace it, not even realize you've misplaced it until later on. Given the fallibility of faith, why would we ever use this bad tool to determine the truth about anything?
Well,
unreliable.
everybody uses their fallible perceptions or reasoning to a certain extent. I know you take science as an ultimate tool to come to truth, but there are certain things that cannot be measured, and we do believe in them, right? I cannot measure things like love or
yeah, you can.
Yes, we
just
can.
Because
like, TJump is correct. We
Yeah,
actually
that's
can.
your
But
presupposition.
Golio, you're avoiding the question. Why would we use this tool? Faith is a tool that you utilize to determine what is true about reality. We've just by your answers, by your agreement with the questions that I asked, we've been able to determine that faith is an unreliable tool because it is literally emotions based. It can be manipulated by external sources. You don't realize it can be misplaced in things. You can move around depending upon how you feel between denominations, between actually whole faiths. There are people who deconvert from Catholicism to become Jewish, or people who go from like Catholicism to Islam. So because we know these things hang on, let me finish. Because we know these Golio, because we know these things can exist and these things happen. This demonstrates that faith is an unreliable mechanism for determining.
You're just repeating yourself. I understand your point.
Golio, then why would we so answer the question? Why would we ever use faith, given its unreliability, to determine what is true?
I will ask you some questions, right?
No, answer the question. Golio, answer the question.
I will answer you with giving you some questions, and you will understand my point.
That's not how you
right?
answer a
Because
question.
there's nothing. Do you believe there's nothing wrong with taking the word of experts, right? Because most of our knowledge, everything that we haven't studied and proven ourselves, is based on taking the word of others, right? Unless we have reason to think that the person whose word we are taking is untrustworthy, it is reasonable to operate in this manner. Would you agree?
Golio, and I'm not going to answer. I posed you a question. You need to answer the question.
I'm getting somewhere with this.
Just
Do
answer
you want
the question.
Do you want to have a discussion
Golio,
or
no, sir. You do not need to put caveats on this. It's a simple question because it goes to your faith. You said your position is based upon your faith. You literally invoked faith in your explanation. And to get clarification, I'm asking you, given the problems with faith, why would we use it to determine what is true about reality? And you have to answer a question.
You always have some faith, right?
How did we get to faith? So like we asked what was the evidence?
He brought it up in his justification for what he believes.
We asked what was the evidence? You said Jesus, and then so what about Jesus as evidence of God?
Yeah, but let me finish this point.
So TJump, that's when he went to faith, because he was
saying that for example, as I said, most of our knowledge, something I didn't prove myself in a laboratory, I take the word of the expert because I don't have good reasons to think they are untrustworthy.
Golio, incorrect.
So
Golio,
questioning what they are being told. The others, they need a reason to believe.
I don't.
Golio, you're misrepresenting it.
I don't think this matters. I don't think this matters. I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't. It does. It's completely irrelevant. Golio, you're misrepresenting it. I can replicate.
I'm talking about
let's ignore the faith. Ignore the faith. Evidence. Jesus. How is Jesus evidence?
TJump. He went from Jesus to faith.
Yes,
that was his argument. That's why I'm addressing it. He said God to Jesus and Jesus to faith. That's why I'm addressing his faith. Because if all of this is predicated on his faith, and we've already demonstrated the unreliability of faith, why would we use that to justify a relationship or a belief in a relationship between the existence of Jesus and God?
Okay, I'm not understanding. How did you go? How is Jesus evidence of God? How did you answer that, Golio? Or left or not?
Yeah, so that's a fallacy, actually, Warren. Just because some people
can we not do the faith thing? I don't care about the faith thing. How did you go from Jesus as evidence of God? Tell me.
He was using fallacious reasoning.
I don't care.
Right?
Let's not go into the faith thing. The word of the definition of faith. I don't care. How did you go Jesus is evidence of God. Explain.
Just give me one sentence and then I will go into it, right? So because what people who are questioning what they are being told by others, they need a reason to believe them. And it's a motive of credibility. The more motives of credibility they can establish regarding the truthfulness of what they are being told, the more reasons they have to accept it. So I don't have a blind faith. All right, and it's just because some people put their faith into something that is mistaken, that doesn't mean I did that, right? That doesn't mean I can't put my faith in something that
That
is
is not
true.
the argument I made. That is not what I was pointing out.
I don't want to talk about faith. So how did you go from Jesus' evidence?
T-Jump.
Just a reason alone.
T-Jump.
We can.
He invoked faith as part of his
Yes,
justification.
it was not a part of his argument. So what is your argument?
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. Golio, how did you get from
It
Jesus?
was. I heard him.
Let's let him finish.
My
Let's let him
live
finish the
chat
argument.
confirmed it.
So Golio, how did
No,
you get
I
from
said
Jesus to God?
my faith was foretold by predictions of the prophets. It has based on number of miracles.
How is that
and nourished
evidence
by
of God?
hope, increased by charity, strengthened
Go back,
antiquity.
Golio. Stop with the first one. Your faith was foretold. What does that mean? How is this evidence? I don't understand.
Okay, let me get my case out, right? Because I think by reason alone, we can recognize that the existence of the universe and humans do reflect God, but Christ reflects God totally and wholly and fully, right? And the reason I believe this, he said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life."
Okay,
right?
again,
So
I'm
the
lost.
truth
How
was
do you go from
identified.
Jesus is evidence of God? How is Jesus?
Yeah, because truth. He said basically said the truth was identified with a person, right? Not a proposition. So we can recognize God in a person, right? So in Old Testament, we see Jesus achieved what Israel couldn't. He was tempted by hunger, which had caused Israel to grumble against God. He's tempted to worship a false god, which Israel did in creating the golden calf. He was leading a new exodus.
Okay, I'm
right?
lost. I'm lost again. There are stories in the Bible.
I'm listing the things. I'm listing the things.
I don't understand how
point
those things are
the
relevant.
fullness of Christ.
I don't understand.
Fullness of God in Christ.
I don't understand how any of the things you are listing is evidence of God. There are stories in the Bible. Yes, I agree. How does the fact that there are stories in the Bible indicate God?
I'm just like let me give you this like a resume
I don't need a
Christ,
resume. I need
and then tell me
conclusion.
So this is the evidence, right?
No, that's
this
the part
is
I'm
the
missing. I
evidence.
don't
Because we are talking
understand
about
how that is
a
evidence.
person.
Golio,
I believe in a person.
I don't understand how that is evidence. Like evidence is something that increases the probability a proposition is true. So we're looking at something that increases the probability God is real, and saying Jesus is a person does not do that.
Well, you're cutting me out. Can I get the 2 minutes at least, maybe, Randolph?
Well, I don't want you
If
to
I can
list a
get
bunch
2
of
minutes
things.
without interruption.
I want you to list one thing and tell me how does it increase the probability of a God.
Well, if I can't give out my case, then it's
list
pointless.
one
If you just
thing.
want to zoom
List
into
one thing. Tell me how it indicates the existence of a God.
I want to give the resume. If I can't do it,
give your best. Give your best. Your number one thing.
Let's all give him the 2 minutes he needs, and let's hear the argument.
Let's not. Let's
so
ask
yeah,
him to
this
give one
kind
thing.
Okay. So this new Exodus, right? That Moses, Jesus is the new Moses, right? So, but this time is not from a political tyrant whose armies are drowned in the sea. It's from sin and death, which are destroyed in the waters of baptism. And Jesus, right, had no army, yet kings feared him. He won no military battles, but he conquered the world. He committed no crime, yet he was crucified.
How
He
does
was a
that
prophet.
indicate a God? How does
He was a prophet before Moses, a priest
I don't care. Stop listing
He was
things.
an offering in the
Stop
place of
listing
Isaac.
things.
He was a king from the line of David.
Stop.
He was a
now.
wise
Stop.
counselor
Oh my
of
God.
Solomon.
Stop.
He was a beloved, rejected, exalted son of
Talking
Joseph.
now.
Sound like you're just railroading, Golio.
He's the loftiest
a dead
idea.
guy
This is why
can't
you
conquer
never
anything.
give him 2 minutes.
Personality and philosophy.
Dude, you're just railroading.
Oh my
It's
God.
very hard to mute people on stage. Very difficult.
Randolph, this is why you never give them 2 minutes. Make a single point. Do not let them get 2 minutes to spam nonsense. No, say no when they say that. Make a single point. So you have to explain how any one of the nonsense, gibberish, garbage you just said increases the probability of God. You said Jesus was the new Moses. So there's a made up book that's a bunch of bull crap that says of a made up character named Moses, and they're made up a story about Jesus, how he's similar to Moses in some kind of analogical sense. None of that bull crap is evidence of a God. So you need to show how the bull crap you just said somehow is evidence of God.
He's still talking.
If I could just add that we have no good
So I can
archaeological
take 2
evidence
minutes.
for a Moses, I wanted to talk to him about why he thought prophets are true. Jesus didn't conquer the world. He died and then didn't come
Randall.
back from the dead.
Randolph, I can't get my 2 minutes.
No, you cannot get your 2 minutes. Answer the question.
So his incarnation touched and transformed time. Jesus
No,
Christ
no,
is the
no,
central
you're not
figure
gonna,
of
you're
history.
not gonna keep going. You're
He
not gonna
blesses the
keep
young.
going.
He cleanses the
Get him
lepers.
out.
He defends
Get him
the
out.
feeble. He
Get him
delivers the
out.
captives.
Get
He
him
the
out.
charge.
Get him out.
He
Get him out. Kick him off the stage. He's done. He's done.
But he died. He didn't come back to life. Like, your goal was to prove one of those things and tie it to a god. Give us good evidence of a deity.
Next
So when it comes into it, everything he was asserting, whether or not he gish gouged or not, or was one point, all of it was predicated on what he said earlier, that it is a faith-based position, that he utilizes his faith in order to
That's not what he
justify
said.
these claims.
That's not what he said.
Yes, he did say that.
No, he didn't, JL. What he said
Yes,
was
he
that,
did.
No, he didn't.
Everyone
no,
in
he
my
didn't,
live
JL.
chat verified it.
No, JL, what he said was that his faith was predicted by the Bible. That's what he said.
Which is a faith-based claim.
No, it's not. He didn't claim faith was his justification. He said his faith was predicted by the Bible. Predictions are
But
fine. So faith was just irrelevant to his argument here.
I'm not doing this argument with you here on the stage. Okay, so let's move on to the next person.
Cool. We're pulling up the next one. We've got Aaron Yes, who had an argument they would like to present.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Sort of.
Okay.
You're very
Your
muffled.
mic is really muffled, bro.
Yeah, coming in kind of wonky.
It's good now.
Still muffled.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have one question and an argument.
Is he breaking up to everybody else?
Oh, yeah,
he's
that's
roboting.
very hard to understand.
Yeah, Aaron, yes, maybe you have some other windows open in your browser. You can close them and we can hear your sound better after that.
Okay, one second.
Maybe my
Okay,
good
yeah,
friend
good.
Bubblegum could come up here and ask us what's the transitional form between a Dalmatian and a gray wolf.
It's a Chihuahua.
Every single dog in between that led to it
Yeah.
genetically.
I don't know if any of you watched the video that I posted, but I had this debate with this guy named Bubblegum, and he made that point, and I was flabbergasted. Like, who comes up with that? They're the same thing. They're just weirder looking.
Yes. Just yay, evolutionary pressures. I think Aaron yes needs to check his connection and check his setup.
What's the
before-
transitional
We're gonna
form
go to the
between
next
a
one,
human
Aaron,
being
yes.
and a Mexican or a Caucasian?
I think you did well in that, King Xerxes. I'm not sure if I saw that particular one, but I saw some of your stuff already.
Wait, was the question the difference between a Dalmatian and a wolf? The transitional
No.
form?
He wanted an intermediate form, but he didn't specify what kind of intermediate. Intermediate species, genus, taxa, whatever, clade. He said he wanted an intermediate, just full stop, intermediate between a Dalmatian and a gray wolf.
Well, very specifically, Bubble has a weird view. I guess all young Earth creationists do, but he does not think that dogs came from wolves.
And just to clarify for our audience, we're talking about Bubblegum Gun, right?
Yeah, the guy that was in my YouTube video. He thinks that every single domesticated breed of dog all existed as they were from the beginning of time, I guess. Even the ones that have only existed in the last, 30 years, like the ones we've literally created ourselves in real time, like the Labradoodle and the Breyer Terrier. But they're mixed dogs, apparently, as if though not every single dog in the world is mixed.
So he
kept asking me for what's the name of the dog that is the
He's probably looking
in-between
for
of the Dalmatian and the
common
gray wolf.
ancestor. He's probably looking for a common
Yeah,
ancestor. He just didn't know the word.
Well, I mean, if he's looking for the common ancestor of all wolves and dogs, it would be some basal caniform, is what it would be, like a nymphorid or something like that.
Yeah,
but that's
but
not what he was asking for. He wanted the in-between of the gray wolf and the Dalmatian. But I knew that the
technically-
moment that I gave him something like a pointer or a Great Dane or a retriever, then he would want the in-between between that and the gray wolf and that and the Dalmatian. And it's just this ever-receding loop because they're never satisfied. It's a gotcha question. It's not serious.
Yeah,
I just thought it would be
literally
funny.
the transitional form is every single dog in the genetic line between that wolf and that is the transitional form. Every single one of them. Does he just take artificial selection and throw it out the window?
Probably.
He doesn't believe in any of that stuff, apparently. I think he was just being a troll, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was funny. It was definitely the most amusing conversation I've ever had with a young Earth creationist.
So what's up, Dr. Katz?
Hey, Dr. Katz, welcome. Thank you for waiting for a moment there. Looks like you have an injury. Hope you're doing okay. What have you got for us, Dr. Katz?
I think he just has a bandana with a
Which-
do-rag on.
This is just a weird moment for me because I used to have a Dr. Katz as a GP, but I'm hoping this is definitely a different one.
You might need to. Okay, I'm going to move you to audience. You might need to exit out of Discord real quick and relaunch it. We've got Health Coach up next. If Dr. Katz, you come back up and put yourself in queue, we'll pull you right back up, though.
Hello, Health Coach, with a unicorn symbol. How are you today? What have you got for us?
Hello, I'm good. How are y'all doing?
Great to hear your voice. What have you got for us?
So, yeah, I'm not good at debating or anything, so I'm not really going to debate, but I just want to know y'all's take on, because like how technology has advanced and we have like Xbox Live and live streaming and stuff. So I was just wondering, like, I watch a lot of like YouTube paranormal stuff, and there's a lot of people who like catch ghosts and like apparitions on their lives. Like they can't edit the videos or anything. Like it's real stuff. So I just want to know what your take is on like these videos on YouTube where it's like they catch a ghost or something.
I think what will be very helpful to you is to look up James Randi and look at a lot of his works. He passed away recently, but he used to be a magician, and he ended up promoting skepticism, and he revealed how all these kinds of things can be easily refuted, and it's very enlightening, very interesting, highly educational. I highly recommend it. I think that'll help. A lot of this paranormal stuff is just people's pattern matching imaginations going wild, and they're thinking it's a lot more than what's really going on.
Well, and just to add in that what they do with magic is what I think they're doing a lot in these videos, which is what I would priming, is that there's something like they show you a deck of cards and they say this is a normal deck of cards, and they say that because it's 100% not a normal deck of cards. And so like when you see the video and they're like, you're watching a video that has not been edited, yeah, it probably was. And so I would like to see, or like some sort of peer review data, if they could get like a video and then, or a phenomena, like if we could go to a site, an active paranormal site, and there was like a voice that was speaking from beyond the grave that we could not understand, I feel like it would be drawing scientists from all over the world. And so I am highly skeptical about, as much as we are broadcasting on YouTube, and I love the TOS gods, I do not believe in those videos, and I would love to see why you think they are real.
And just so you know, James Randi's name is spelled James, last name Randi. It's an unusual spelling of Randy.
And Health Coach on my channel, I actually do live streams where we'll pull up videos that people say that are like videos of paranormal or stuff like this, and break down, because I'm a filmmaker because it's what I do aside from this is part of my job, and understanding photography, understanding filmmaking, and understanding how digital information is compressed in hard drives like this. I will go through and I'll actually debunk. We'll actually review like supposed videos of this, and we're able to debunk and explain why exactly these things are occurring. And then we can actually take the same equipment and then we can replicate those same things in order to get the same effects, and then we can pause it off. There's also a problem with people that when they watch these things, they're inclined to believe they're already kind of, like Amy brought up, primed. So they already believe that these things could potentially exist. So then when they see these things, they view them through the lens of their prior held beliefs. So it's just kind of confirmation bias in that respect. So they look at it and say, oh, I believe ghosts exist. Someone shows me a video of what is actually compression overlay errors or artifacts in a digital, like, security camera, and say, oh, it's a ghost. Ghosts exist. No, it's not. It's that, but you believed it was ghosts because you already believed that ghosts existed.
Yeah, definitely look at J.L. Warren's works as well. He's more up to date, more modern, because he's covering current stuff as well.
If it was real and they could actually capture ghosts, they'd be millionaires. Because you'd just be able to capture ghosts, find a new thing in science, and make millions of dollars. It's fake.
Well,
it's all fake.
They can still be millionaires. Just go watch Ghost Hunters or Ghost Hunters International, and just watch all the ghosts they're not catching and still making money off people.
Sorry, Health Coach, you had a question.
Oh, I was just gonna ask. So that's J.L. Warren on YouTube.
Yes,
my
It's just
channel.
J.L. Warren.
His channel comes up as Bridge the Divide. Yeah.
YouTube.com/JL Warren, and my channel is Bridge the Divide.
Also, I have to take one more pot shot.
Oh, okay.
If ghosts were real, they would be on the Science Channel, not the History Channel.
I ain't scared of no ghosts.
It's the History Channel. Hello, you learned that in school. Come on.
I thought the History Channel was aliens.
Yeah, we're gonna knock ancient aliens now. Come on.
So Health Coach, just to clarify, what you've been asking about brought us into the realm of skepticism. It is true that many atheists are skeptics and critical thinkers, but there are also many atheists who aren't. I just wanted you to be aware of that. So skepticism and critical thinking, it's great that you're asking questions, and definitely look into these fields. I think you'll find it very useful as a tool to get through life with these things, because there are a lot of charlatans out there who can present eloquently and present things very convincingly. And so this is why critical thinking is so important.
Yeah, that's so true. And yeah, because I get confused because it's like they're saying it's a live stream, it's a live TikTok, or it's a live Xbox, and then they have like sensors, and then you see like a figure or something. So I get confused. Like, what do I believe?
Can I also say there's two techniques out there, not necessarily with ghosts, but just with readings and talking beyond the dead, which is cold reading and hot reading. And sometimes they use both. Sometimes it's just cold reading. It's people going out into the audience and saying, oh man, I feel like someone in their life has had a grandma pass away. Someone here had a grandma, and chances are, like, someone with a grandma, and already you're in. A hot reading is when someone actually sits there with a microphone or sits behind the stage or has someone on the end that is actually feeding information, manipulating the person, or doing something. And a lot of times both of these techniques are employed on people, and it feels completely normal, natural, dare I say even supernatural in the moment until you look in hindsight.
And Health Coach, to address what you were talking about, like when they're doing live things and they watch through the monitor and they can see like it constructs like the stick figures that looks like somebody's there. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so that technology, that actual monitor, or that program that does that, it's a very specific program. I can't remember if it's not like a PVS or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. But the Xbox itself, the Xbox Connect, utilizes some of this similar program. So essentially, the problem is that thing picks up all kinds of stuff in the environment, and it can pick up dust. It can pick up other things that you may not see with the naked eye, especially in a dark environment, that you wouldn't be able to see, that it interprets to be objects, which is sometimes you get stick figures that have like 3 arms or like 3 legs or 2 heads. So it can happen sometimes, but there's not actually a figure there. Or it's manipulated, and there's somebody there, but you can't see them. But the program, the computer is picking it up and interpreting it and giving you kind of a lattice work of a person there. So,
and can I add one more thing too? What about dolls? Because there's like a lot more videos now with like haunted dolls, like people are catching on video because like they're having like cameras rolling all night and then the dolls moving. How do you guys explain that?
Those could be easily
animatronics.
And yeah,
it's a string. You put a string on it, and you can pull the string. It makes it move.
Bingo.
Yeah, marionettes, puppets, animatronics. There's all kinds of ways to like simulate that.
When they have, when they have a video of a doll like getting up, walking around the room, like maybe picking stuff up and doing stuff like that, then I'll be shocked. But it's always just like a head turn or like a shift adjustment, something that you can do that's really, really subtle.
Health coach, you're
Okay, got it. And
you're
yeah,
questioning so much. It's good. Keep doing that. Anybody tells you shouldn't question something, take it as a red flag.
I mean, health coach, have you ever seen a
yes,
magic
for
show
sure.
or a street performer?
Yes.
When they show you their trick,
Uh,
do you just automatically assume they have magic powers, or do you assume that you've been tricked? You just don't know what the trick is.
I know it's like a trick. Like I know there's certain tricks. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why is because we are predisposed not to accept things which violate the laws of our reality. Right? Things don't materialize out of thin air. That doesn't happen. So the more parsimonious assumption is that a law of like a violation of the laws of reality did not happen, but rather you didn't see what you thought you saw. Like I used to do sleight of hand card tricks all the time, especially when I was working with foster kids, because kids love card tricks. And it's very easy to manipulate a deck of cards. It's very easy to manipulate coins. And there are decades of study into how to perform sleight of hand for a wide variety of different purposes. And if you get a person who really knows what they're doing, it is so fluid. You even that they showed you what they're doing, you still wouldn't see it knowing what they're doing, right? Penn and Teller have a show called Fool
Right.
Us. These guys have been magicians for like 40 years. They still get fooled even when they know how the person is doing the trick because they're doing it so well.
They also have a show called
Mhm.
Bullshit, which is
That makes
really,
sense.
really good.
The slogan "Trust but verify"
Okay.
is an important one.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, health
And
coach.
then, so if I find a
Go ahead.
oh,
Go ahead.
sorry, y'all.
No, you go ahead.
okay,
You have a question. Go
so
ahead.
sorry, there's an echo. But
Not anymore.
so if I find a good, compelling ghost video, can I send it to you, JL Warren, and then you have to debunk it or something?
100%. Absolutely. I would invite you to do that.
Send it to me
Anything
too.
you got.
JL
Okay.
Warren
I
is
literally
like,
have a cryptid as my profile picture. Send it to me too.
So
this
help.
guy, he
Taco,
does like
okay.
horror stuff all the time. He knows how the tricks are done.
Yeah, I'm because predominantly
okay.
as a filmmaker, I pretty much do horror films. So like doing stuff like in camera effects, out of
Nice.
camera
I love
effects,
horror.
practical stuff. You know, I'm well aware of it just because I'm a student of all the makeup artists and practical effects artists across the board. So, you know, and I work with these people on the regular.
Oh my
so
gosh,
it's
that's
a
awesome.
it's a really awesome deal just to see how they do this stuff and how they pull it off. But it's essentially the same thing. It's what you're seeing on screen when you're like watching Xbox Live or on YouTube. They're doing the same stuff, and I'm looking at it as a visual effects artist. I'm looking at it like I know exactly how they did that. That is cool as hell.
I have a good rule of thumb that I got from someone else, and that is the people that tell you that magic is real are full of shit, and the people who are just saying that it's magic, those are the people who you should believe. But like, if you listen to intention when it comes to these people, when they're saying, look, we found a ghost, we're uploading it onto our YouTube channel, once again, I'm happy for it, or on their Instagram, or whatever form of social media. I wish what they would do, if they were actually serious about it, is they would record a phenomena. It would be replicatable, just like everything else in science, and then we would be learning about it in, I guess, a new type of biology book or chemistry or whatever would expand our mind into that phenomena. But generally, what they're doing is sending these videos out into a layperson's land, a bunch of people who aren't scientists and aren't debunkers, and it's just a bunch of woo-woo.
The other thing to consider is the built-in audience, right? The majority of people who watch ghost videos believe in ghosts.
Right.
So they're not going to critically analyze what already conforms to their worldview. And most of these people are con artists and scammers. I mean, I'm not kidding you. A lot of these people will charge you upwards of $5,000 to walk around your house with like scented wood and sage your house or whatever to ward off the evil spirits, because apparently burning special combinations of herbs and spices really pisses off ghosts somehow.
But it does make your chicken delicious.
It does, yeah.
And one thing, health coach, just to leave you on this, is that if you go like shows, like actual shows that were broadcast, like Ghost Hunters, like the original Ghost Hunters with Jason and Grant, there was a big controversy there because initially Ghost Hunters started out as kind of a debunking show where these two guys who were really familiar with the the intricate workings of houses and how they're built and like electrical and plumbing and all this other stuff. Because I'm also certified in HVAC, so I understand a lot of things about heating and cooling systems and how they can really affect what goes on in the house. And so these guys would go in to a house that supposedly was haunted. They would find out the reason why the people were having an experience. They would fix it. No more haunting. So it really was a debunking deal. But the episodes, what they found as the show progressed, the episodes where they were left stumped, like we can't figure it out, what could this possibly be, were more popular. So they started doubling down on the unknown instead of the debunking aspect. And then at this certain point, they started fabricating hauntings. They started fabricating stuff and they were caught in doing that, which is what eventually what led to the demise of the show. Is because it was found, like, I think on live during a live Halloween one when they were like had the cameras there. It was found that Grant was fabricating evidence, and so that was a big kerfuffle. It all fell apart, and now we have other shows like Zach Baggins, what he does, and Ghost Hunters International. But it literally it's all for views.
Wait a minute. Quiet. Did you guys hear that? Oh, must have been a ghost. Never mind.
I just want to get, because I think I flubbed it, but it's that fake magic is real and real magic is fake. And it seems to be that skeptics, for maybe not whatever reason, I think there seems to be a tie. Skeptics tend to have a lot of magicians in the community. And I think that tends to be because of liking to see our intuition both flubbed and then trying to explain to other people why we can rationally and logically come to those conclusions, why our brains sometimes mess up, how we can trick people with point of view, like J.L. Warren was saying with cameras, how you can do things, both visual effects, but then just special effects. You can do things that are practical. I mean, TJump was big. It was serious and a joke at the same time. It was that a guy could be sitting there with his toe, and you don't see the toe on camera, and he has it tied up to a string, and he wiggles his toe like we can't, and it moves the string. And so I would say the best way to actually investigate these things is looking up how actual magic is done. Skepticism, just like what Randolph was saying as well.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming
I'll
up.
be messaging you guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Look forward to anything you send to me.
Thank you. We really appreciate
Okay, great.
this conversation. Yeah, it was great. Come back again.
We're great.
JL Warren, I suspect that she's going to love your YouTube channel because you do cover the horror stuff well.
Oh, yeah. I'll be looking forward to any video. Because the crazy thing is that the vast majority of like videos out there that are of like ghosts or supernatural, they already have commentary on them, and the way the commentary is presented leans into the confirmation bias, which is problematic. So I just like looking at like the raw footage, say like, this is it. Please explain this. And so I try to find those. So, and they're kind of few and far between, so they're hard to find. So anything she sends me, I'll be happy to take a look at and be like, yeah, this is how this is done, or how we can explain this, and how we can recreate it. And we can create it and actually get what we want to see, stuff like that. So really, I look forward to anything she sends me.
Aaron, yes, welcome. How are you? I hope you got your sound working. What have you got for us today?
I don't think Aaron's there.
Nope.
Okay, audio problems again. Let's move on to our next guest.
I do recall.
Here's the other one who had audio problems.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
My
Welcome,
bad.
Dr.
I
Katz.
think I had it on push to talk and I wasn't pressing the button or something.
Oh,
But,
so was I wrong? That's not an injury in your picture.
Oh, that's actually someone else from a different server. I was just like making fun of him one day, and so I made him my avatar. I think he had an injury though. I didn't notice that until you pointed it out.
It's a bandana with a do-rag over it, right?
It's like a bandana, and it looks like there's a Band-Aid over the bandana. I can't tell though. I never asked him.
So arguments for God.
Thinking it's a
That's
do-rag.
funny.
Arguments for God.
That's probably a cigar. I think we can all agree on that.
God,
Right?
God arguments.
Yeah, you're probably right.
God arguments.
All right. Anyway, let's stay on topic. I guess I'll try to keep it short for y'all, because I know y'all have a long day. But how atheists rule out, like how they can, with 100% certainty that there isn't some kind of God, or the simulation theory where a lot of people consider the creator of that to be a God.
So two things. One, we don't rule out with 100% certainty that there is no God, unless, of course, the definition of the particular God in question creates a logical contradiction. Secondly, this isn't a conversation about simulation theory.
Okay, yeah. I feel that.
Gods die on the swords of logical entailments. So when it comes to
The simulation theory is it's irrelevant to the discussion of
Because in a solipsistic world, or at least in a simulated world, all these, there has to be a base. We can only deal with what we're dealing with in this physical reality, and so yeah.
There's
So it'd
still
be kind of
some
baseless.
There's still some like extant even if there's like a simulation, there's still an extant reality, and all the ontological questions we ask about the present reality would apply to this extant reality. So unless we're like within a simulation, ad infinitum, none of the questions
or like
get answered.
even interdimensional or
Most of these sorts of like
obviously not human.
simulation or brain in a vat ideas are just really weird philosophical tools that certain people will latch onto because they think it makes them sound clever in arguments, but in reality it's just the game that children play. When I was 9 years old, I discovered the solipsistic inquiry of prove it. No matter how obvious or self-evident the claim, prove it would be my response.
Oh
I would
yeah,
ask my friends.
Obviously, that's really common with religious people. Yeah.
So
it's just
what's
not a
your
functional way of going about and investigating the world in a way to like synthesize it in a view of yourself in a way that's useful. Anyway, it's not. There's no meaning to it. It's just argumentative combatants.
What was your question?
Okay, so
again?
atheists. Well, I was just wondering if an atheist could actually infer with 100% certainty that there wasn't some kind of a creator of the universe, I guess.
No, we can't.
Yeah, well, some kind of a
Essentially-
creator of the universe isn't well defined enough for us to evaluate it.
Wait,
if you're
wait,
talking
yeah.
about a specific God, like the Christian God, for instance, I will tell you with 100% certainty that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they obviously ripped. It's like science fiction. They just ripped off other books.
Dr.
But the phrases like some creator of the universe, what does that even mean? Like, yeah, the world's here, but I don't know that it was created. And even if there is some creator, I would wonder about the source of it, infinite regress and so on. That doesn't imply anything to me. Back to the mystery.
Oh yeah, because where did the creator come from? And then that.
I mean, if you want to, if you want a more in-depth discussion on this, my YouTube channel is in my bio. You can go watch this video I recently published called "God Doesn't Explain Anything," wherein I go through and I highlight the fact that God, as an explanation for anything, is fundamentally useless, and it doesn't actually solve any of the epistemic problems that people think that it does.
Yeah, I think the chances of it being a thing would be so tiny, it's not even worth talking about, really.
It also isn't a coherent concept to me. Just because it's not coherent doesn't mean that it's not true. However, we don't see minds, beings, agents creating natural phenomena.
Yeah, that's true.
What would
it would be a baseless thing.
How could a thing be simultaneously incoherent and true?
Oh no, I'm saying I think it's not true, and so I would say that it's both incoherent and not true. But I guess I haven't been able to seen an angle, or maybe there hasn't been evidence that I've come across that will change my mind. But I'm actually convinced that the gods, most of the gods we get presented with, don't exist. I wouldn't say 100% certainty though.
So
the
answer to your
thing is
question is
incoherent.
no. No, we can't have 100% certainty. We don't need 100% certainty. Did you have like an argument or evidence for God or something?
No, not really. I just wanted to say that really quick.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
But y'all have a good day, though.
You too.
Yeah,
I appreciate y'all.
I just to answer your question, probably would apply not necessarily to all atheists, because some are not going to be able to come up with a certainty in their response. But yeah, it was a great question. Thank you very much.
And I just want to say once again bye to the Dr. Katz, who I assume wasn't my general practitioner from a decade ago.
Islamic Space Program from out of this world. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
No. Oh my God, no! Please, fucking no.
No, it's fine. I'm going to do a great job. I'm going to add value to Doobie's empire.
What's your argument? Go.
Jesus Christ.
Does God exist? I was talking to a friend of mine about this earlier, and either there's a creator or it's infinite regression. So you have to make. Well, it seems. I mean, those are the two choices.
Well, actually, so just it'd be a creator or no creator. It'd be there is a infinite regress or there is no infinite regress. Those are two true dichotomies.
The system of nature or the laws of nature, this system that we can observe, this material system that we can understand and see and measure and everything else. What created that? That's the biggest question of all.
So my question to you, Islamic Space Program, is you're giving us a limited number of options here. A creator or no creator. Is there a reason that you are excluding or not mentioning the possibility of multiple creators working as a group?
Well, I mean, I guess the pagans got that. I mean, it's the sum of all of their powers equals, the total power of creation, I guess.
Sure. So what are you advocating for? You for a single creator or a group of multiple creators?
Well, I mean, I have to make a decision, and if Aristotle's compelling, how can I prove it? And within that physical realm, no evidence. There's no evidence that's going to convince you guys. I've listened to you for
so let's go back
40 minutes now.
Let's go back. So
you made a point there that you don't know, and we have the same problem that we're having doubts as well. Yeah,
I wanted to get back on topic here. So
the conversation is over. God doesn't exist to you guys. That's it.
Stop. So the first thing you said was wrong. There's infinite regress is a possibility, but there could also be a necessary natural thing.
Infinite
regress.
Infinite semi-regressive and semi-firm. It's either absolute or it's in constant regression.
Stop. So God. There could be a designer like a god.
You're used to interrupting people and winning. I understand that.
Oh my God. So there could be a god.
6v1
oh my God. Shut up. There could be a god who created the universe. There could be a necessary natural thing that created the universe, not a creator. Or there could be an infinite regress. All those are possible. What is your argument? Because you didn't get to your argument. Your first statement was just wrong. So what is your argument? Or you can just leave. That's fine too.
You caught him in the false dichotomy. Is where it is.
Well, no. When I unmute, it launches them
out. How is it a false dichotomy? Either the system was created or the system's always existed. But the question remains, how did the system come to being?
Well, if it's an infinite regress, there's no come to being.
Well, exactly. But
aren't you just really arguing infinite regress or infinite regress with God? No, aren't you just arguing an infinite regress without God and an infinite regress with God? Because you got God being the eternal being. Because
it seems
go away.
It seems more reasonable that there would be a system that has something created. Something created the system. And you have to make a decision.
You're just ignoring the infinite regress altogether.
Yeah, or you could just say that the system is a result of something else and wasn't created, but it's a result of other events.
Exactly. There we go. It's either infinite regress or it's some absolute, omnipotent, omnipresent, outside of space and time, ultimate power.
So it's infinite regress or infinite regress with God.
But Islamic Space Program.
There's a firm point.
And here's the thing,
firm point if he's eternal.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Do I have to get rid of the concept of a beginning and an end? Do you demand that I get rid of that?
No, we want to know why you're a creator.
Oh Lord, what do I do now?
You're saying timeless God who's creating everything. I assume time is part of that thing you're creating.
No, it's not spurging.
What you do now is you open your mind.
Discussion.
Again.
Convince us a god or goddess exists.
Yes, exactly.
That is the title
Islamic Space Program.
This is not the time for you to talk about your YouTube channel.
We're
This is
memeing now.
Dooby's politics.
Okay.
This is the best politics.
Islamic
I don't
Space
work for
Program.
you.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you think that the universe has a creator?
Because why not? I have two choices.
To believe it did.
That's a cop out.
I have two choices.
No,
Either
you're
there is
indoctrinated
no
to believe it
creator,
did.
or there's a creator. There is no beginning,
I've none of
or
you
there
guys
is
ever
a
spoken
beginning.
to this guy before.
I showed
like
What do I do?
showed you that
What do I do, guys? Why don't you tell me? You got all the fucking answers?
Oh, please stop yelling. That's going to blow eardrums, man.
Excuse me, everybody. I pointed out to you that you actually have three options at least. There's the other option of multiple deities, not just one creator deity.
But like, I also feel the answer to why not is like when someone asks me if they want to go to like a baseball game. Like, this is the creator of the universe.
I just want to point out that the dichotomy he's pushing is there's either, a creator or there is no creator. But
well, you're gonna have to
I
tell me how it's false.
Stop taking
there's
these
either
dudes
no
seriously.
beginning or there's a creator with no beginning.
Everything that comes out of this dude's mouth is completely unhinged and Mad Hatter nonsense. He's the kind
Either
of dude
time
that rants
exists
in
or
the
it
gas
doesn't.
station while buying
Is that
a
a
fifth
false
or explaining his
dichotomy?
conspiracy theories. And
ISP,
drive-through
it's
worker.
just
It sounds like he's trying to present an argument here, Xerxes.
you're just saying either there's
Well,
no
no,
beginning
this
or
is
there's
the
a creator
basic
with no
distinction.
beginning. ISP,
I mean, I
please
guess
address the problem I
even
gave
even
you.
the pagan Europeans believed in some creator or beginning.
Wait. So
and I guess the Dharmic people believe that it's
did
always
God
existed
have a
or
beginning?
something.
Did the creator have a beginning?
Well, I would say no.
Okay,
So it's
so
either
either
no beginning
infinite-
or a creator
wait,
with no
So
beginning.
either infinite
Well,
creator.
we're gonna have to make a choice.
Wait. So infinite creator, infinite nature. Those are the two options.
Seems to me.
Okay, so I
seemed
like
to Aristotle.
Infinite nature seems much more plausible here.
Thank God y'all came around, so Aristotle could be.
Oh, I don't care about Aristotle. I don't care about Aristotle. Infinite nature
You don't
seems
care about.
better.
You don't care about. I mean, false
I
dichotomy.
don't
Tell me
care.
how it's false.
Wait. Stop. So we have a good.
Do we have a beginning,
Stop.
or is it always?
I'm not done yet. Stop talking.
Again.
Stop talking. So we have two options here: infinite nature or infinite God. Infinite nature seems to be more plausible. Why would you go with infinite God?
Because if there is a creator, then he must be infinite or ultimate.
No,
and this is where the Christians will come along and say that this God actually communicated
ISP, you didn't answer
with special
his
revelation and all
You
that.
didn't answer his question. Why would you go with infinite creator when it's more plausible and reasonable, given the evidence that it's infinite nature?
Why is what do you have a time machine or something? What the hell are you talking about? How the hell do you know?
And he asked you a question.
Well, I'm answering the question.
If you want to ask it again, TJump.
Why is it more reasonable? Why is it more reasonable that the nature has always existed?
Because
why is it more reasonable that nature and the order established in it was not created? Why is that more reasonable?
Because order would have to be the same whether there's a God who has order or nature who has order. But all the evidence we have seems to indicate that the further down we go is just more nature and no God. And there's no evidence that minds can exist outside of space-time. There's no evidence intentionality can exist outside of space-time. So to say that there's a creator or designer who created the universe is about as reasonable to say there's a magical pineapple.
Oh, like a conscious designer, that has a beard and everything and loves you and everything.
Like there is no evidence of any kind of creator, any kind of mind, any kind of intentionality outside of space-time. There is evidence for nature outside of space-time. Quantum fields. We got quantum fields, lots of evidence of quantum fields. So infinite nature is more evidence.
Quantum fields.
Wait, hold up, don't interrupt. So infinite
That's
nature.
why I'm going to
stop talking. There's more evidence for infinite nature than there is for infinite creator. Therefore, it's only rational to go with the infinite nature. Why would you go with the creator?
Infinite creator, it is. I guess the Beatles were correct to go to Tibet.
Okay, that doesn't answer what
Islamic
I said.
Space Program.
You stand in bitter judgment of 10,000 years. That's fine. All right, good for you guys. You got it figured out.
The last 10,000 years
in the mirror.
contain the last 10,000 years contain the Islamic. The last 10,000 years contain a lot more religious beliefs than just your Christianity or your Islam.
Oh, my Christianity?
Well, that was the question I wanted to ask.
This is really what's going on here. You guys are trying to blast the brains in of the Christians.
I'm not a Christian.
No,
don't
clutch your pearls, man. Come on, it's too late
Yeah,
to be crying.
and
foul.
also, well,
Is there a
speaking of
creator or is
crying,
there not? You guys say there isn't. Good for you. Move to India, shit in the fucking street.
ISP, I'm
That's
on your
fine.
side. I think there's
I
a God.
remember-
Oh, man, he's angry.
That was a little much. Come on.
Take your ball and go
But
home.
yeah, I wanted. He at one point he's like, you sit here and you listen for all these arguments, and you're still not convinced. I wish he had also picked out of all of the theists that have gone on, which was his favorite argument that he thought would have convinced us of God.
He's not a Muslim. He's just been running that
Well,
troll ever since.
if
I've
it's
known the
not
guy
that-
since his days on Grindr. Trust me.
Oh my! But yeah, I don't think that he came off. He seems like as a Christian, but he's not a Muslim. But he's definitely some sort of theist. And if you'd like to, we just want good evidence for a God. That's really all it is.
Well, I'd say he had a successful liftoff from the stage just a moment ago, and now we're on track.
I think
Zammer, welcome.
TJump cornered him. TJump cornered him with the question, and it's a valid question. He was unable to. He was unable to answer it, so that's why he rage quit. You know. And
that was good.
I will say, point this: predictive models, man. Xerxes made the prediction, and the prediction came true. I just want to point that out.
Hey, that means he's a prophet, right? This is how this works.
Apparently.
Okay.
Saint Xerxes.
Or he's a witch. Chop his head off.
So we've got about 15 minutes left, and then we have to close things down here. But Zammer, welcome. How are you, and what have you got for us today?
Xerxes weighs the same.
Hi. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. How's everyone?
Potato.
Good.
How are you?
Doing well.
What you got
Great.
for us today?
Right. Well, I was just thinking. I joined someone else's voice chat the other day, and I basically presented discrepancies with their atheistic models, if you'd like. I was actually able to convince one of them that ultimately what they attest to is some sort of, I guess, contradiction or contradictions, even plural.
Okay, so I'm an atheist who doesn't believe in any deities. I don't hold any belief position that a deity doesn't exist. So
Right.
what contradiction are you thinking of? That you find many
Basically,
atheists
the
hold?
moral contradictions presented by atheists or purported by atheists, even. Should I present them?
Sure. What is the main one that you find is the big
Absolutely,
one?
absolutely.
Yeah.
So basically, would every atheist here agree or hold the position of the sanctity of life and preserving the sancticity of life?
I hold it
I don't
as
know
a
what that means.
subjective. I hold it as a subjective value, but I don't think.
Oh,
that
interesting.
it's
That's really
necessarily
interesting.
objective.
Should I expose? Should
All I can
expose
tell
that?
you is that I personally value human life.
There we go.
I feel like, Zammer, just to interrupt you, I feel like if you ask 10 atheists this question, you're going to get 10 different answers because it doesn't have to do with atheism.
Actually, it does. Actually, I'm actually going to expose
Lie.
the flawed interpretations.
But can I just interrupt you
of
one more
atheism.
time? Just one more time before you do it, and then I'll let you do your shtick. On this
All right.
panel, some of the panel are completely moral realists. I consider
Right.
myself a situationalist, and TJump will go out here and say he is a moral realist. He is an objectivist. So you're going to get already. We're not going to be able to agree on morality, and so how are you going to get us from there to a God?
How am I going to get you from there to a God? Because ultimately, if you don't believe in the sancticity of life, then you're anti-human. And given the circumstances which has accrued throughout millions of years or billions of years, even millennia, there's obviously a contradiction there because you should be the forerunners vouching for the sancticity of life. When you think about it,
I don't see this.
Sorry.
Hold on.
You just put forward a false dichotomy.
Could I finish? Is that right?
You hang on. You said that if we don't believe in the sanctity of life, that we are anti-human, and that is
Absolutely.
a false dichotomy. And that's where your argument falls apart.
Good luck with that. Could you demonstrate how it might fall apart?
Well, first of all, let's stop using
conjecture?
the word sanctity because that has intrinsically religious connotations. Use the word value, okay? I'm pretty confident that all of us on the panel value human life.
Well, I want to know what he means by that. 'Cause
Under
what is
which
this?
under which parameters would that come under?
What is what did you say? It was synchronicity something? What was the word you used?
The synchronicity of life.
What does synchronicity mean? Because that's not a word I've ever heard before.
Oh, so, okay, right. The sanctity of life. All right, plural. The sanctity of life. Then.
He was conflating sanctity and sacrosanct.
Yeah, I
So,
suppose.
to
Yes. Anyway.
answer
Yes.
your question, Zammer, just because somebody doesn't hold a value in something doesn't mean that they are against it. So that's a bifurcation to say that the opposite is automatically the truth, the opposite position, and that's where you're running into problems here, and that's why your argument falls apart.
I'd also like to point out.
Could I
I'd also like to point out,
argument?
Zammer. I'd also like to point out that when you say life, like the sanctity of life, or I would say the value of life, because I would use value because of the connotations that Xerxes pointed out.
All right, then let's go for
I
value.
have a
then.
great
All right.
like I myself have a great appreciation for life itself, but human life is a part of all life. So life in and of itself is important, but depending upon what we're talking about individually, if you're talking specifically about human life, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it would have to. Yes, it would have to be, because there's obviously some sort of exceptional aspect to humans, and given the now circumstances which had to take place over the millennia, which are ultimately purported by scientists, you would think that you would be the guardians for life, if you'd like, right?
Because I value life equally across the board. Humans is equivalent with all other life on the
Wait,
planet.
can we go back to Randolph's question, because this question was first? The fact that you don't advocate for objective value in life doesn't mean that you're anti-life. Those are not. That doesn't follow.
Right. Okay. Could you describe the flaws in that?
Sure.
What does it mean for something to be valuable independent of something valuing it?
Well, that would not be one of the flaws. So the flaws here is simply not taking a negative position isn't inherently a positive position. You can have a neutral position.
Yeah. TJump's understanding me
right. So
I'm contending that there's anything.
Well, let's let Randolph.
Zammer seems to think that there's such a thing as objective value.
Wait, Randolph let's go with Randolph's question first. So let's go with Randolph's question.
Okay.
Yeah. So Zammer, do you understand what I'm saying when I say that not holding a position for or against life is also a possibility?
So I'm sorry, that really doesn't make sense. Because,
okay. So what you're doing is you're making an assumption that if somebody isn't for something, then they are automatically against something, and that's called a bifurcation, or some people call it bifurcation fallacy, or a false dichotomy. And you can think of it this way. I think maybe this will help. Imagine there's some children playing rock, paper, scissors, and somebody wins. Okay, and I give you this proposition. I say scissors is the winner. If you don't accept that scissors was the winner, there isn't just one opposite other position you can take, because there's still two more options. Rock could be the winner, paper could be the winner. And then of course there's also the option that you don't know who the winner is, so you can't accept
no, of course.
I
think the issue I understand.
I'm trying to get the frame of mind going here for you. So
no, of course I understand where you're getting at. Could I expose even that? Is it all right if I expose that?
Sorry, say that again.
You can respond. Yes, respond. Go ahead, respond.
Right. Okay. So ultimately, that's kind of excluding you from any sort of integrity, right? There's no moral integrity under those circumstances or parameters which you initially entailed, right? Do you see the issue with that even?
So why are you adding that to now that's you're adding new criteria? Why did you move to adding that instead of trying to address the point that I made?
Because I was trying to find the flaws in that, and I think I can ultimately identify the flaws in that reasoning.
Okay.
That line of reasoning doesn't really.
what you needed to do was to bring that criteria in the beginning, and you didn't. So now you're asking a whole different question if you're adding that criteria. So go ahead and rephrase your original question with that, and I suspect you're probably still going to run into the same problem. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So essentially, under the atheistic paradigm, right? Given the given the I guess okay. So basically, what evolutionists or scientists alike purport with the age of the Earth and also the accumulative processes which has accrued throughout time, right? You would think that they would actually be compatible.
Wait, can I just clarify
right,
here?
With sorry.
So your original argument was that if atheists don't see the inherent value of life, then they are anti-life. That was your argument, right?
Well, I mean, not absolutely, right? They're not absolutely against life. Although, if they were for life, it would be under some sort of objective framework, basically. Do you know what I mean? It would be reminiscent. It would be reminiscent of a Christian worldview, essentially, because Christians are advocates
Christianity
for life, and so
not.
All right.
Christianity does not, as a philosophy or a religion, value life. As a matter of fact, Christianity is literally a cult of human sacrifice. No, you don't value human life in like the physical perspective. You believe that the life that we experience here on Earth is nothing more than a doormat on the threshold of eternity upon which to wipe our feet. If anybody devalues life in this conversation, it's you, not me. I think that this is the one and only life I'm ever going to get, so I have way more value on this physical experience than you do, and I value the physical experience of others way more than you do. The entire
of course, but under which circumstances would that have to take place?
People's lives. So don't even get me started there. But let's take this back to square one.
No. Let's go
there. Zammer, do you think that value is objective?
Yes, I do. And would you like to know the reason behind that? Yes.
Give the argument.
So ultimately, I believe in God, and I believe in God's purposes, and the objective, I guess, standard which Christians hold, which would ultimately correlate with God's plan.
What do you think the word objective means?
2 minutes left.
Absolute, isn't it?
What do you think the word? No, objective does not mean absolute. It means not dependent on a mind or opinion or stances. If God exists and he values human life, well, it's objectively the case that God values human life. But why God values human life is subjective. The value of human life is subjective. Value doesn't mean anything independent of a thing to value.
Which would be demonstrated when he decides to drown everything in the flood because he's screwed.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But I mean, assuming that I'm operating under your romanticized version of the Christian God, right? Even if he does value human life, that is subjective that he values it. Well, I mean, it's subjective that he values human life. Why he puts value in human life is subjective unto him. He happens to value human life because he finds it valuable. Value is a description that we place on things based on their usefulness to us, subjects. God is a subject.
Actually,
anything that God thinks or wants or desires is equally subjective.
Okay, just stop for a second. We have about 1 minute left, and then we have to start closing down the show. But maybe just give a quick summary, Zammer. We'd love to talk with you again. I'd like to explore this topic with you more.
Could I refute King Xerxes' claim there? Is that all right?
We got 1 minute. 1 minute.
Well, Zammer, you can fight with me in the chat later. I'll jump down into a VC and we can continue this.
Oh, absolutely. All right. Okay.
Okay, Zammer, we'd love to have you on next fortnight. That's 2 weeks from now. Feel free to bring this up again. I'd love to explore this further with you as well. I think others here would. And if you had some final thing you want to say for about 10 seconds before we have to start going to closing down, we'll go for that.
I haven't really got anything else to say. I guess I'll just wait for Xerxes in the chat, and we'll continue this discussion there. Yeah.
Up in the philosophy VC. I'll be down there.
All right. Okay.
Thank thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So, I guess we need to close down the show in about 2 or 3 minutes here. So, did anybody have any final thoughts? Jack Burton, did you want to start?
Yeah, I'm glad everyone learned and grew intellectually today. And if you think I'm being sarcastic, well, your cynicism is destroying America.
TJump, did you have anything, any views, thoughts on the show today?
Potato.
Okay, yeah, okay, you're being predictable now. No free will there, huh?
Another predictive model.
Only potato.
JL Warren, what are your thoughts for today? And did you want to talk briefly about the Halloween contest again?
Yeah, so yeah, this was a lot of fun. And, I mean, this was a particularly good one. I had some good conversations. And as always, we're always open to hearing what people say. So I appreciate everybody that came up. Thank you to Jack, Amy, TJump, Taco, Xerxes when he was up in here. Appreciate everybody coming in. I think this was a solid one. We did have some good discussions. A little bit of trolling, but and some disagreements here and there. But I thought this one went really well. And yeah, sure, if you get an opportunity, check me out, my channel, Bridge the Divide, or if you like horror movies, check out my podcast, Week in Horror, and throw me a vote for the Face of Horror contest. All those links are available. So thank you very much. This is awesome. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other.
I'm hoping that you win, and happy Halloween in advance. I really hope you win the vote, win the poll there. Amy, any final thoughts for today?
Thank you so very much, Randolph. I just want to thank all of our guests and the entire panel. I do have my own shows with my co-host at youtube.com/Amy Newman, but I also want to send love out there to all of our 3 chats on Randolph Richardson's, TJump's, and JL Warren's, because all of you lovely non-believers, believers, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe so we keep on doing more fantastic panels, because Randolph, I thought it was going to be today. I really did. And it looks like we're going to have to come back in a fortnight.
Oh, you must be so disappointed.
Indeed.
Last minute revision. There's going to be after show on that horrendous platform called Club Deck. It's same title. So.
Oh, if you've got a link, put it in the chat, and I'll share it in the YouTube chat.
Sure.
Taco, any final thoughts for today before I start ending things?
Oh no, this was amazing. They're doing a cool AMA with Martin Shkreli. I don't know how to say the last name.
Shkreli.
Yeah. Pharma Bro.
Pharma Bro.
Yeah, so if you want to listen to that, feel free to.
Oh, you're muted. Can you? What happened?
Oh yeah, and then sounds like Jack's going to be getting a link to share here in a minute. But yeah, I'm good to go.
Oh yeah, and the conversation will be continuing over in my chat as well. So I will not be ending it after the stage is done. So if you want to come over and post questions, or hang out with the live chat over here on Bridge the Divide, you're more than welcome to do that as well. Anybody in the live chat, or anybody in the audience. So there we go.
Okay, so just a quick thought on this. I thought that the lady who brought up the questions about the paranormal was a nice change of pace, and it gave us a really good chance to emphasize skepticism and critical thinking. JL Warren's got a channel that fits into that, debunking that stuff perfectly as a nice follow-up from James Randi. Thank you everybody for tuning in today. Greatly appreciate it. We all do, and we look forward to seeing you all again in 2 weeks from now, one fortnight away. So for our fortnightly show.
Thank you everyone for coming. You're all awesome.
Ooh, sending love.
I'm not going to shut this down, but I'm just going to back out of the stage here.
Cool.